Okay, welcome back, everybody. Another day. It is Saturday. And live streaming this really helps me concentrate, so say hi in the chat. Oh, that's awesome, Yarpriest. I'm glad you got the notification. That's great. Well, I mean, let me turn this down just a little bit. There we go. Check 1 2. Check. Okay. Check. Check. Okay, that's better. I can hear myself talk now. I'm doing okay, man. I'm in between jobs, and just like focusing on how to, keep going every day. That's one of the reasons why I just live stream, like the job hunting. Like we just kick it at the beginning of the stream, because as soon as I find a job, I'm gonna feel a lot better. But until then, you see me, you see my schedule. It's like apply to at least 5 jobs every day, and then Monday I'm going to talk to another recruiting agency. I guess on Monday I'll follow up with that other guy that never got back to me, but I'm not too impressed with him. Um, yeah, it's just hard. It's like I can't see over the horizon, and that bothers me. I just in a stressed out state. But it helps to live stream and to talk about these things with you guys. I'll tell you that. Yeah, so just a bunch of background anxiety, I guess. But I try not to talk about it too much because everybody deals with stuff. It's like I'm an adult. I can handle it, or at least I pretend to. It takes everything I got. But that's why you see me, keeping that calendar the way I do. I gotta have that level of discipline if I'm going to get things done. It's a little rough. It's hard. It's not easy. But I'm going to keep grinding it out, and something will come along. Yeah, I'm sure. I think, I think applying to at least 5 jobs every day, contacting that recruiting agency, something's bound to come along. I'd like to try to find something, near the same rate that I was getting paid last time. That'd be really great. I don't want to have to take like a pay cut because I'm pretty far along in my career. I know I'd be a good operations project manager at a company. I'm confident in my ability. I can do that. I can learn. That's what you do all the time as a project manager. You gotta, well, if you're a good one, you got to learn the stuff so you can and work with the experts so you can properly write the acceptance criteria and the requirements, right? And then you also have to lead a discussion with all of those different people to make sure everybody has their say and everybody knows what the other person is saying. And I mean that in a way as like translating jargon, or like an engineer will say one word and like that means something completely different to the support people, right? And there's that disconnect because the support people will use that word, but they're misapplying it. Not misapplying it. They're using it one way in their department, and then when it comes over to the engineering department, they're like, "That's not this." That So I'm pretty good at translating stuff, and I can turn damn near anything into a flowchart. I really can. And that's a superpower too. I can't tell you how many times, I would go to my boss and it's like, hey, here's this big horrible inefficiency. I went through and documented everything, and it's like 6,000 words with like screenshots and stuff. He's like, okay, well, it seems like we have this handled. I'm like, it's taking up a lot of agents' time. If we automate this, we free up like this amount of data, this amount of bandwidth that can then be redirected to customers. Like, okay, but they did, but then they're still not understanding. So I'm just like, all right, hold on. I'll come back with a flowchart. It's got like 7 swim lanes in it. It's got damn near every department in the company in it. You start over here and it's like that. They're like, holy crap, this is our process. And I'm like, yep, that's what I've been trying to tell you. Oh, we got to fix this. All right, good. I'm glad we're on the same page now. And I didn't realize that I have an ability like that for, I don't know, it seemed like normal to me. But I can really pick out some really interesting, in-depth, overlapping stuff. Like I've read design documents and I was looking through and I'm like, there's nothing in here about restricting the geolocation of the product. And they're like, yeah, it's going to go out on. Oh, I see you got the ad. Okay. I think I stopped because Yar Priest had gotten an ad. I was rambling anyway. I get excited about project management stuff. I have a passion for it. I really do. I like making things more efficient. I like, figuring out where the friction areas are between the different departments and helping smooth that out. That's actually really rewarding for me. Oh yeah. Damn, that was posted 15 hours ago, and they're already not accepting applications for it anymore. Wow. Yeah, see, this is perfect for me. The project manager is responsible for leading and overseeing projects from initiation to completion, coordinating the efforts of internal teams, consultants, and vendors to ensure successful delivery. This role ensures that all project objectives, timelines, and budgets are met while maintaining comprehensive documentation throughout the project lifecycle. The project manager works closely with stakeholders at all levels to define business requirements, conduct cost-benefit analysis, and recommend and implement optimal solutions. Through proactive management and collaboration, the project manager drives projects to successful completion, meeting both business goals and the client's expectations. That's really well written. Responsibilities: manage project lifecycle by leading and coordinating projects from initiation through to completion. Prepare to deliver presentations on project milestones, achievements. Yep. Gather and analyze key data. Yeah, this looks like fun. Oh, they want a cover letter. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, man. So stressful. In fact, here I am. Should be eating. Yeah, did a really good job on framing these shots. You know, somebody spent a little bit of time making this video because they had to go to a place, frame the shot, record long, however long the segment is, and then go somewhere else. I got to write me up a cover letter. I got to tell you, ChatGTP really helps with job hunting. It helps you craft a custom tailored cover letter and everything. What's good, Vari? Vari, is this your way of telling me that I need to get some custom emojis? I've seen Free Run. It's a good anime. I don't think I finished it. Um, or it. Yeah, I didn't finish it because I don't remember the ending. Oh, is it? It's still an active show. That's awesome. I'll uh, I'll wait till it's done, then binge watch the rest of it. Okay. So, cover letter. Let me mute it. Okay, this cover letter is good, I guess. Um, yeah, how long ago was that? Oh, February. Okay, so they just launched their AI application in February. Okay, yeah, this is as good as it's gonna get. Ooh, let me see if I can e-stalk them. Here, let me go back. Let me see if I can figure out who the hiring manager is on LinkedIn. People. They are a big company. I can't show y'all what I'm doing with ChatGTP, but because it's got personal info in it. But this thing's really helpful in applying for jobs because I'm asking it questions about cover letters and all this kind of stuff. Let me ask it about formatting. Everything should be left aligned. Single spacing within paragraphs. Use one blank line in between paragraphs. Okay. Do not indent paragraphs. That's considered outdated. Okay. A clean break between paragraphs is enough for visibility. Font size. Contact info at the top. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's save this. Oh, I got. Okay. So we can overwrite that. Okay. Okay. Now, where's my JD? Why is the manga for Frieren on hiatus? They just did one season and said, "I'll get back to it later," like me in the Skyrim music video. You know, this is the first time I've read my resume in a little while, and it seems good to me. I did do all of these things. Man, I'm really tripping here. It shouldn't be taking me this long to. I can also get ChatGTP to help me establish how much money I should be asking for. Let me see. I'm going to ask it, give me a source. Let's see. Give me a source for why I can feel justified. Asking for 1K. Let's see, can I give them a range? Desired base salary. All right, well, let's not be greedy. We need a job. There we go. Okay. There's the resume. There's the cover letter. Couldn't fill that out the way I wanted to, but who cares? Okay. They want to check my identity. Okay, I guess I need to like upload my documents to, because it's they want me to upload my ID and stuff. Okay. Oh, I can try one more month for free. Yeah, I'll be screwed if I don't have a job in a month. Not screwed. I'm fine. I definitely want to find a job within a month. All right, now we got a document that we applied. What? Oh, these people want a project manager, but they don't want to pay for one. This it says project coordinator. That's that's not enough. Could I be considered a senior project manager? Why you qualify as a senior project manager? Uh, Led major cross-functional projects, owned and scaled systems, trained teams in agile methodologies, acted as the point of contact between engineering, product compliance, and CS, managed OKRs and execution. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for applying. Your application has been successfully submitted. If your background aligns with the requirements of the role, we will reach out and schedule next steps in the selection process. We appreciate your interest in joining our team and look forward to reviewing your application. That's a lot more than I've gotten from some places. Operations manager at Amazon. Okay, yeah, I'm going to apply for this one. Oh, they want me to write the cover letter right here? Okay. Okay. That's the job description. So let's give that ChatGTP. There we go. Okay. And now, write me up a cover, write me up a summary. Like a paragraph or two. And then separately, write up a cover letter. I need to be able to copy and paste the summary into LinkedIn. And it looks like I need to do the same for the cover letter. Okay, let's paste this one there. It says easy apply. Okay, there's the summary. About driving sustainable innovation and building infrastructure that empowers teams to scale without chaos. Okay. Okay. And now we got to give it the cover letter. Now they're asking questions. This is interesting. To submit the app, I'm being asked 2 questions. And then that's a much better answer. At a fintech cryptocurrency startup, nearly everything I worked on had to be built from scratch. There were no templates, no documentation, and no established workflows, just problems that needed solving. I was often the first or only person in the role responsible for creating the initial documentation, developing and refining cross-department workflows, and bringing structure to chaos. From implementing the CRM system to streamlining escalations between different departments, every initiative I led involved building systems, processes, or infrastructure from 0 to 1. Whether it was launching a new support platform or standing up an early new way of working, my role was build, scale, and stabilize in an environment where nothing was handed to me. Change that last bit. About seems to brag. Seems too much like a brag. That's much better. Okay. What parts did you own in the above question? That's fun. Okay. It took me longer. It's like quick apply, but they asked a bunch of extra stuff. It took me longer to apply for this job than it did the last one. But I look like a good fit. All right, I'm bio break. Jeez, I've been sitting here bouncing up and down. And we're back. Okay. We're going to go verify the old LinkedIn account. Boost my visibility. now I have to install their app. What a crazy world we live in today. This is how it's done. Okay, I had to verify my LinkedIn account because apparently you get better visibility if you have a verified account on LinkedIn. So, got to do what I can do to maximize my chances for success. Got it. Now, where was the place that I just applied to? Right here. Okay. So applied on 5/3/2025 at 3:28 p.m. Okay. All right, let's I applied to at least 2 jobs and I got some stuff set up and I'll apply to some more tomorrow. So, yeah, that's what the calendar invite said. It said apply 2 to 5 jobs. So I got 2 to apply, applied to 2. And we can go ahead and move on. I've done what I can there today. Even got my LinkedIn profile verified. So let me put that on the calendar. Right there. Verified LinkedIn. Let me close all my things out so y'all can start looking at my screen again. Cover letter. Job application. Okay. Leave that over there. Oh, that's right. We're going to update the script first. We'll work on this in a minute. Where's that script? Oh, let's update the agenda. Oh, this is something that I was going to send to Phoebus. Oh no, did I copy? Oh no, that's right. That's right. It was his video. He had the clip in there. I was looking at the right thing. There's a quote. Let me see if I can find the original. Here it is.
Who have been told by an oracle which game will win next year, the year after that, and so forth. The oracle told me that the game of the year.
Okay, so the Game Awards. Oracle, yeah.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret, you will never leak it. The oracle told me that the game of the year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves.
You know what? I need to... Let me actually do this real quick. Because I need to rip this off of here. So let's hide the agenda and hide the webcam for a minute. Okay. And we'll start recording.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret, you will never leak it. The oracle told me that the game of the year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balfe and the TGA Orchestra. And the Game of the Year is... Astrobot!
Okay, this video should play. There it goes.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. They didn't treat their players as bonus and things didn't go as planned. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win. Okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balf and the TGA Orchestra.
Okay. So this will be Larian Studios head Swin roasts Sven Vicky Sven Vink roasts games industry. Okay. Let's see, is there more info here? Baldur's Gate 3 dev. Okay, well, let's get more info on him in just a second. Larian Studios head. We can get rid of these. We're taking a different approach. Actually, no, I think we should bring the mind triangle into it. Okay, so let's look this guy up. He does sound Belgian. I'll give him that. He led the development of Divinity and Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, well that's all you need to know. Of the Divinity series, the whole series. This guy. Okay. Let's Larian Studios. Head developer for Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity series. Yeah, and then I could like post graphs and sales numbers and stuff while he's talking. let's have it rewrite this section to include to add a video of Swen Ankle, the lead dev of Divinity, the Divinity series, and Baldur's Gate 3. And how he talks about requirements. He talks about how he focused the company on requirements that added to gameplay, not spend time on features. That were solely monetization based. Introduce the clip and tell me where it should be played. And introduce the clip and tell me where it should be in this part 2 of the script. Okay. How much did it cost to make Redfall? How much to develop Redfall? Did this game have any budget? I don't know who that is. Okay, now I feel like there's another part we need to rewrite. Okay. Here's part 6. Below is part 6. I'd like you to rewrite it. Write it in such a way that it takes it, that it uses 2 sprint cycles to show how things. It uses a 2 sprint cycles narrative of a project getting up off the ground. And then being iterated on. Find a real world. Let's give a video game example. It doesn't have to be an actual video game. Create whatever. The narrative calls for. Hey, Deeks. Not actually. This is going to be. So I've been doing a bunch of project management, operations management stuff for a long time now, and I'm working in the fintech the fintech area. So I'm looking at the games industry and some of the things the games industry does. Like when they say, hey, we're going to have this game and it's going to be ready in 2 years and it's going to have these features in it. And here's the date. Well, that's like waterfall development. And waterfall development was created back in the 70s. And it was originally incepted to work in like factories and things like that. And there are new techniques that Larian Studios did employ to further polish the game. So let me give you an example. This right here. So this is one of the games journalists crying about how Baldur's Gate 3, which he says launched in a polished state, actually launched in early access, which he mentions but doesn't question in any way. The game was in early access for 3 years, getting polished and bugs fixes. Okay, now. He's ranting about some guy's video about how good Baldur's Gate 3 did. The entire premise of our video here, that Baldur's Gate 3 launched perfectly polished, isn't even correct. And then down here, he contradicts himself because he says, after all, Baldur's Gate 3 took 3 years from early access launch at $60 to where it was released in a polished state. And then he's saying other people can't do that. Now, I'll give him a little credit and say that, being able to charge $60 for an early access game, you would need to be a studio with some credit to do that, right? Larian Studios had that. But that's not to say you can't go smaller scale and do something for a first-time startup. You know, that's not to say you can't employ the same techniques that Larian Studio used to interact with its audience and refine things based off of their constructive feedback. That's the type of cycle of development that we should be doing. Not, again, the waterfall approach, which is plan everything. We're going to build this thing, even though we've never built it before. It's going to take this long, even though we have no way of confirming that's how long it's going to take. You know what I mean? That's waterfall development. It was going to take us 2 weeks to do this, 2 weeks to do that. Nothing's going to be late. We won't run into any problems. We planned for everything. There's no way to do that. And the problem is with waterfall, you write the plans and it's like, well, engineering can't get started because the design team isn't finished with this thing. So now you got the engineers sitting around twiddling their thumbs, right? There's other methods of getting a project up off the ground that, doesn't follow this very rigid structure and allows for iteration over a thing called sprints. And I've just applied all this to, like, I've been doing this stuff professionally for 7 years now. And I think it's just like an education thing. I didn't want to put a video out there just kind of lambasting the games industry, because the games industry is going through a very, very, very interesting time right now. And I wanted to make something that could educate the viewers as a consumer and kind of get the word out there that, if you see people, if you how to recognize when something is doing when something is doing waterfall development, like where is it? I know it's here in this essay: bandwidth, hybrid models, sprint, Kanban. It looks at the current gaming situation from a project management lens, basically. Here, it's part 3 right here. Recognizing waterfall in the wild. Announced dates years in advance, sometimes before a single line of code is being written. Long stretches of radio silence, broken only by carefully scripted trailers that show cinematic vision, not gameplay reality. I'm looking at you, Cyberpunk. Little to no gameplay until it's too late to fix what's broken. Sound familiar? A wave of delays and crunch as teams scramble to hit arbitrary milestones. Developers burning out while leadership keeps assuring investors that everything is on track. Sound familiar? It should. So I want to educate people on these project management techniques and then have them, like, the games industry is shackled by waterfall development. Like they're using a process that existed before the internet. Right? There's no reason you have to build 70% of your game before you can show it to a test audience. There's none, but people still do it. Yeah, that's the problem. I think the big studios are all still doing waterfall development, and it's a holdover from back when you had to ship console games or like you had to physically you had to go to the store and buy the PC software at the store and then take it home and install it, right? So you need like a finished product and everything to be pumped out and you need it to work, right? But now that you can build a little tiny bit of it and get feedback, right? There's no reason to build the whole thing and then find out when you're 85% of the way through that you should have included some other feature. You can develop, deploy, iterate. Develop, deploy, iterate. Just keep doing little pieces like that. And I think some of the big games company they're basically too big to succeed at this point. all the AAA studios are kind of like Hollywood. They're going after the like really big production things. It's like, remember, well, you might, I don't know how old you are, but back in like the 90s, 2000s, even the early 2010s, Hollywood would spend like $20 million on a movie, and then it would get like 60 million at the box office, which is, that's a great return on investment. But ever since like Lord of the Rings, Pirates of the Caribbean, that kind of stuff, every major studio is trying to be the next big Marvel's Avengers thing. So they're spending $400 million on a Captain America movie, and then needing to reshoot it 5 times because they're chasing trends, you know. And then it's also pointing out some of the like it point out like what a Gantt chart is. And like I think there's, I mean, with the invention of the internet, and high speed internet at that, you can really uncover a level of cooperation with your audience than you ever had before. This is just basically a call to action, but it also talks about the different competing interests of a business. It shows, the CEOs are worried about money. The graphics design person is really passionate about the art thing, but doesn't really care about the money side. So there's this constant tug between like 3 different mindsets. There's the money, passion, talent, ability. And when this is all balanced out, you get something like Baldur's Gate 3. And when it's not, you get something like Kills the Justice League. Hey, RageFit. I don't know if it's so much fail. Maybe, but like, if you're going to have a game. The game needs a movement system. Build the movement system, right? And then let people test that. Does the movement system feel good? Do we need another dodge? Is the dodge roll too far? Is the stamina bar not not limiting enough? Can you spam stuff? Do all the hitboxes work while somebody's actively dodging? Those kinds of things. And then you get the movement system done. Then you throw in some of the combat, and you just have people play it. Is combat fun? At least that's what I'm going to be doing in Unreal Engine. I think Path of Exile's I think Path of Exile did an iterative approach. I mean, because it was a live service games typically do need to follow that iterative approach, because you're always constantly fixing something, working on the next chapter or of the ARPG, like in Warframe or what have you. And then same thing with Fortnite. Like Fortnite's continuously evolving, right? Because they're constantly throwing updates in there to keep the cultural relevance of the game going. Getting the core loop working. Imagine a fictional mid-sized studio called MythForge Games working on a new RPG called Ashen Veil. The concept is bold, fast-paced melee combat with post-apocalyptic mythological setting. In Sprint 1, the product owner let's say the creative director has a clear priority. Build a prototype of the core combat loop. It doesn't need to look pretty yet, but it should feel good. The team's goal, a single test room where players can dodge, attack, and kill a dummy enemy. Oh, see, this is exactly what I was explaining. I had it rewrite to include this as an example. Okay, so part 6, Scrum, teamwork and iterations. Popular framework, Scrum. Let me see this. Teamwork and iterations. Okay, I like how this goes over it better. Okay. Each sprint functions like a mini project inside a larger game. Yes. And by the end of each sprint, you should have something playable, testable, or valuable to show. Let's bring it up. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, and then sprint 2's follow expanding with player feedback, right? Okay, there we go, yeah. I didn't want to make a video that was overly negative. I wanted to make a video that was constructive, bottom line. There's a lot of content out there. And some of it extremely good and very funny, like Critical Drinker. I love his stuff. And I'm really glad that he's doing some fundraising to start making movies of his own, because that's what I've noticed on YouTube the last like 5 years or whatever. It's super popular to complain about everything. The Disney screwing up this IP, or Amazon screwing up that IP or whatever. I just don't see anything like constructive being done about it until Critical Drinker obviously started. He's like, hey, I'll make short films. Instead of just being critical, actually creating something. Let me just read through this again, make sure it makes sense. Imagine a fictional mid-sized studio called Mythic Forge Games working on a new action RPG called Ashen Veil. The concept is bold, fast-paced melee combat in a post-apocalyptic mythological setting. Sprint 1, the product owner, says, let's say the creative director has a clear priority. Build a prototype of the core combat loop. It doesn't need to look pretty, but it should feel good. The team's goal, a single test room where players can dodge, attack, and kill dummy enemy. Sprint planning kicks off the work. The product owner and team meet to define what's doable in 2 weeks. They break it down into tasks: movement and targeting, placeholder, dummy, basic visual effects and sound hooks, audio and tech arts. Each person chooses their task. This isn't top-down management. In Scrum, the development team is self-organizing. They figure out how to get the work done. Each morning, the team holds a daily stand-up, 15 minutes, check in. What did you do yesterday? What will you do today? What's blocking you? Midway through the sprint, the animator reports that the movement blend tree is stuttering. The Scrum Master, their coach, not their boss, steps in, sets up a troubleshooting session with engineering, and removes that blocker fast. Yep. Without this daily visibility, the issue might have wasted days. Yeah, that's definitely a good role. 2 weeks later, sprint review. The prototype room is available. It's rough but promising. Leadership joins to test the dodge roll and strike combo. Feedback is immediate. This is satisfying. One exec says, let's double down on this feel. Then comes the sprint retrospective. The team gathers privately and reflects. The stand-ups help unblock animation fast. We need clear asset tracking. We duplicated some VFX work. Let's try using a shared task board next sprint. They closed the sprint having delivered something real and learned how to improve as a team. You should be using a shared task board. That's for sure. That's fine. Those two are great. Doesn't need to be. This is long enough essay. Sprint 2, expanding with player feedback. With the core loop functional, Sprint 2 focuses on building playable mini arena for early internal testing. During sprint planning, new tasks enter the backlog. Design a test level with hazards. Add 3 enemy types. Polish the hit feedback, camera shake, sound, blood effects. Create a basic UI for health and stamina. The team commits to what they can realistically complete. No heroics, no scope creep. Daily stand-ups keep momentum up. This time the designer raises a flag. The fire trap keeps triggering early. The programmer and the artist jump in to test collision timing. Problem solved by lunch. At the sprint review, they demo the full combat test. Enemy spawn in waves. The fire trap works and the UI tracks health in real time. QA and the product owner test it and feedback pours in. Enemies don't stagger enough. Make hits feel more impactful. Love the arena vibe. Can we add ambient audio next sprint? At the retrospective, they note, we finally hit a flow. This felt good. Let's add a mid-sprint review to catch design bugs earlier. And now, Ash and Bale is starting to feel like a real game. Not because of one big launch moment, but because every sprint layered new value on top of the last. I'm wondering if I should get this rewritten to, instead of all the testing being done internally, they reach out externally. That's fine. That's going to complicate things. Yeah, this is the main part. Here's the irony. We live in a post-bandwidth era. High-speed internet is everywhere. We have tools for real-time collaboration, cloud storage, distributed teams, and instant feedback from players around the world. Developers can patch games overnight, host remote playtests, and collect data faster than at any other point in history. The technology to make great games iteratively, responsibly, transparently is right at our fingertips. So why are so many games still launching unfinished? To answer that, let's put on a different hat. Step into the shoes of a CEO or investor. You've put millions into a game over the last 3 years. Each month, the studio spends money, salaries, marketing, office costs, You want a return. You've got projections to meet, stockholders to please, and quarterly earnings reports that don't care if the game's combat needs another 6 months in the oven. You're not thinking about the elegance of the level design or the joy of exploration. You see a product sitting on a shelf, one that can't generate revenue until it's released. As far as you're concerned, it's done. That done is better than perfect. Now let's shift hats again. Imagine you're a developer, a designer, a writer, a concept artist, someone who deeply cares about the craft. You want to make something immersive, meaningful, fun. You've worked long hours fine-tuning the gameplay only to be told the release date isn't moving, even though critical systems still need work. You see a project with heart and soul, but you're watching it get cut short because of financial pressure. And finally, think of the player. They don't see your spreadsheets or shareholder calls. They see a $70 price tag. They expect polish. They expect a finished product. And when they boot up a buggy, broken experience on day one, they don't care about your excuses. They just know they got burned. The disconnect between these three perspectives as executive, developer, and gamer is what fuels this cycle. It's why games launch too early. Stakeholders want a product on the shelves, developers want time to finish the work, and consumers just want something worth paying for. In a world where constant communication is possible and feedback can be integral in real time, there's no technical reason we can't break this cycle. But to do it, the industry has to shift its mindset from rigid launch schedules to flexible, feedback-driven delivery. Until then, we'll keep seeing games with potential released before they're ready and remembered for what they could have been instead of what they are. That's pretty good. I'm offering a path forward here. I'm not just complaining. It's like, oh, games industry this and games industry that. And we're using Baldur's Gate 3 as the... Yeah, Larian Studios embraced early access with full transparency. From the start, they were clear this wasn't a finished product. It had bugs. It had balance issues. Some features were incomplete or missing altogether. But what it did have was a roadmap, a responsive dev team, and a commitment to feedback. For 3 years, they listened. They took player criticism seriously, reworked dialogue, adjusting mechanics, and constantly improving the game based on what the community needed, not just what marketing wanted. Each update brought meaningful progress, and players saw their voices reflected in the changes. It was agile, early access, and iterative design done right. What I'm going to do here is a series of rewards and accolades. Quotes. Lauding the game and devs. So while I'm saying all this stuff, I'm going to put like Larian, like, let's see here, Wikipedia. We can see Baldur's Gate 3, all the awards it won over here. Gate. Baldur's Gate. There it is, Baldur's Gate 3. Reception. Okay, reception. Metacritic, 96 out of 100. 99 out of 100 on Xbox. OpenCritic, 98%. Destructoid, 10 out of 10. Digital Trends, 5 out of 5. Edge, 10 out of 10. I'm just going to keep having all this shit pop up on the screen while I'm saying all this. Oh, it's going to be good. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm super interested in this, and I'm actually going to be guinea pigging this stuff with y'all, because one of the things that I've been doing, so Unreal Engine has a lot of different applications. It's more than just a video game thing, right? You can do special effects, all different types of special effects. You can do like motion capture, all this kind of great stuff. So I'm learning how to use Unreal Engine, and I'm doing some tutorials about game making, and I'm also learning my way around all of the tools. So I'm setting up like a little bit of a project. This is, if I ever won the lottery, I'd be able to fund this. But this is kind of a breakdown of how I would need, all the things that I would need to do to make the game that I want. So It's just going to be a little side project. I'll probably be working on this for the next couple of years. But I've made it pretty far. Unreal Engine has a lot of time saving stuff. And I'm currently learning how there's a new way to animate things in Unreal, and it saves like 90% of the work you used to have to do. Because like the old way of doing things, you would need to have a node for a node that goes around in a loop for each different state. So idle to walking, walking to running, running to jumping, walking, jumping. That would be like a cross one because maybe they're not sprinting. And then from sprinting to walking, sprint to stop, walk to stop. And so each one of those is a state, and you would have to program each interaction there, and then you would need to make a custom overlapping animation for the transition to work between standing still and walking to running and that kind of stuff. So that sounds like a buttload of work, right? It is. But Unreal has this new technology. In fact, here, I'll just load it up. Let me show you. I'm still learning how it works, but let me load up the demo here for you. Here, game animation sample. There we go. Oh, that's right. It's called motion matching. So I'm still learning how to do that. But basically, instead of needing to code all of these things, you just like drop the animation in there and an AI will take it over for you and do all the blending for you. And the thing that I'm loading up right now is these are assets, animation assets that use the new motion matching technology. There's over 500 different animations, and they're already blended together with the AI. It also has like ledge animation, detection and animation. And this is completely free. So I could launch a video game today with this movement system in it, and I would be fine. They want you to have this. They want you to build upon it, right? So here, let's hit play. All right, check it out. So here we got, definitely just normal moving around. Now look at this. See that movement? And you can sprint. Let's go this way. See, look at that ledge climb. Obstacle course 2. Oh, you got to hit space to jump over that like that. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, you got to hold the space bar. Look at that. Look at that. Look. Ah, isn't that fucking badass? Isn't that great? Obstacle course 4. All right, here we go. Almost. Yeah, so I'm currently in the process of understanding the fundamentals of this. I kind of got my head wrapped around it, but I got to go through a couple more tutorials and I got to read some more documentation. But then the idea is I'm going to turn this into a project, and I have an idea for a really awesome movement system, and I want to see if I can make it. And the movement system is designed to be played with a mouse and a keyboard. Like the movement system I have in mind is too complex for somebody with a controller. It harkens back to those vanilla WoW days where you needed 30 different hotkeys. Those were the days, weren't they? 30 different potential answers to a threat with all those different combinations. So I'm gonna try to make this like upgraded hybrid version of vanilla WoW combat. No sticky targeting though. You actually have all skill shots, and then you should be able to move around and jump and dodge and roll and sidestep and blink and all that kind of crap. And I will happily work on this for however long it takes, because it's an artistic outlet for me. Maybe if I get the project far enough along and people see enough of like the live streams and stuff, maybe they want to join the project. So we'll see. And then the other thing is also the like with AI and stuff like that, even video editing, it's a huge time saver. So it's so funny to me that like we're saving all of this time with the AI tools, but the quality isn't improving. Instead of like using AI to like, you know, refine and enhance, they're just using AI to make the whole thing. And then they're getting rid of the people who would have normally done it instead of having those people work with the AI to make the best thing possible. Oh, you got to hold space. That's right. You got to hold space. Hold space to grab the ledge. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh. Okay. Well, there you have it. Oh, here, let me show you something else. This is something else that I discovered that I definitely want to play around with. Speaking of tech demos, so this is Unreal Engine 5's content examples. Okay, here we go. Let's go to, let's check out the blueprints first. Blueprint advanced, blueprint input examples. No, not this one. Yep, this is the one right here. Okay, so here is, this is like a demo. Now, blueprints in Unreal Engine is a visual coding language, basically, based on C++. So you can either program in C++ or you can program using the blueprints. I don't really know how to program yet, but I'm going to use this to learn. But in the meantime, this is a tech demo kind of showing you what the blueprints can do. So, you know, this is showing you like, look, you can set it up to where you make a button, somebody pushes the button, the light turns on. And then they can do more than one thing. So they push the button, the thing moves, and the light turns on. And then you don't have to code them individually. Just copy and paste. And boom, there they are. They work just fine. And you can have them do multiple different things. Triggers the same thing, right? Use an event dispatcher. Toggle between light bulb blueprint. The button calls the event dispatcher, which fires the event in the level blueprint to toggle the light on and off. So that's just, this is like a game architecture thing that I'm still wrapping my head around. Oh, but here's the thing I want to show you. Check this out. This is like a materials demo. So when you're standing over here, I don't have these powers unless I'm standing on that square right there. So if I stand on the square, see I got these little things pop up, shoot fire and shoot water. Okay, now look, we've got 3 different materials here. We've got metal, right? We got wood, and we've got coal. We got ice. Look, there's even a little bit of, you can even see a little mist coming off of it and stuff. All right, now what happens if we throw some water at the metal thing? Oh, look at that. Look, it's all wet and dripping and shiny. It's a metal sphere covered in water. Look at that. Okay, now if we do the same thing to the wood, look at that. The wood color gets a little darker. And it's dripping. If we do the same thing for the ice ball, oh look, as icicles are forming. Okay, what happens if we use the fire? Oh, look at that, it's glowing. Look, it's mad hot. Look at that. And then we can cool it off. And all that steam, look. And then, oh, what's that? Oh, it's on fire. Oh, look at that. Oh, and it's got like the char and stuff. Let's just let it burn. And then what if we, oh, it looks like we can just burn the ice away. See, let's put that out. Oh, look, now it's even shiny. And that looks like what happens when you pour water on a bed of coals. It really does. And this is just the tech demo. So, you know, I want to figure out how to make materials like this, and then I want to make like, you know, 20 different materials: wood, fabric, different types of fabric like carpet, brick, stone, a tree, like, because and then program this kind of stuff into it, so you have a very interactive, rich environment to play in. Now, I have no idea how hard all that's going to be because I don't really know. I think if I actually had any idea, I think if I actually had any inkling as to how difficult that would be, I'd probably run away screaming. But I like a challenge, and I got to do something with my free time. Okay. Yep. Oh, and then let's show you physics. Here's the physics destruction. Let's hit play. First, you can see here in the editor how some of the things are programmed, because it shows you the direction in which the things are going to break. Here, I'll hit play in just a minute, but look at all that. See this? So you can control how things break apart with the destruction if you want. There's these other things, these other materials that can be destructive too. So this is just kind of a tech demo to show you what's possible with the destruction physics. See? Thing just crumbles. Big old tech demo. Look at that. So like, you should be able to do like a Kamehameha and, blow up the stone pillar, stuff. It's got collision detection. Physics. And then here's some of that destruction stuff. See? Now the real interesting thing. Oh, well, that's what blows my mind, Dex, is that this is like in the this is how I know the gaming industry is in kind of a slump, because this technology exists. It's available. It is like it's presented with their content. Like, this is like their demo reel, right? Wouldn't you, as a game developer, like go through and see all the different features that are available to build in your game? Like, how come we have all this stuff here in Unreal, but we haven't really seen any of it like fully utilized, right? Oh, you can set different damage thresholds. Look, that one's going to break apart. Oh, that one won't break apart because it had a higher damage threshold. And that one breaks into 1,000 pieces. And then here, this is the really cool one. Let me show you this all the way down here. This is the thing I really got to show you. Check this out, bro. Okay, they saved the best for last. Look at this. All right, so you stand on this, and now you got the little shooty thing. I got the little reticle. Now look. It causes the destruction to happen where the reticle is. Look at that U. Boom. Let me do one smack dab in the middle. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So what I'm proposing as a mini project is to code a bunch of building materials. Bricks, rocks, grass, hay, fabric, cotton, and then program this kind of stuff into it, and then build a level out of it, and we'll see what's what. Of course, I have no idea how long any of that's going to take, but I'm good at breaking things down into smaller projects, so. Let me go run to a bio break real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, thanks for waiting. Um, yeah, and I guess while we're here in Unreal Engine, I'll show you one more thing. Oh, we lost everybody. Oh, we still got some viewers in the chat. Say hi if you're here in chat. Let me know I'm not talking to myself. Let me know if you want me to give you a tour of Coruscant. Hey, Prinkle. Glad to see you in the stream. Recognizing waterfall in the wild. Okay, I think that's everything. Well, I suppose I should get up and do some exercising. We've done good. We spent about 2 hours job hunting. I submitted I was a candidate for 2 really strong remote positions over LinkedIn, and then I verified my LinkedIn account by uploading my ID to it. So hopefully more people see my resume or see my LinkedIn profile. And then I rewrote this part because I wanted to not be so technical explaining Scrum. It was a little too formal, listing out every single role and all that kind of stuff. People that are not in the software industry don't really need to know what the individual roles in a Scrum team are, but they do need to know that the Scrum team is comprised of many different individuals from across the company, and that they work with the project manager or the product owner to meet the requirements of the design, but they don't have they don't have those things dictated to them. It's like the end goal is to make a movement system, so we need a movement and targeting system. So the engineers are going to work on that one. And we tell the engineer, here's what we're trying to do. Can you code that up? Yeah. And they'll do that. And then you say, hey, animator, here's all the things that we're making. What can you commit to? And then you do the same thing with the designer and the audio and tech artists and stuff. So this kind of gives a better feel of the process itself and how it becomes an iterative approach. This is the magic of Scrum, small focused cycles that deliver real progress. Each sprint includes sprint planning, define what's doable, daily stand-ups, uncover problems early, sprint review, share work, get feedback, sprint retrospective, improve how the team works. These aren't just meetings, they're feedback loops, pressure valves, structure that enables creativity without burnout. And in the industry where the target is always moving, player expectations, tech updates, design pivots, Scrum helps teams stay nimble without falling apart. It's not about working faster, it's about working smarter together. Here, let me put this on there. Yeah, right here. Oh, man. Okay, let's. I need to get up and move around a little bit, do some stretches and some exercises and stuff. So let's find something we can kick it to. And if you folks have been at your desk all day, I would encourage you to get up, move around a little bit with me. But, you know, you do you. I have to get up and do some some exercise, and otherwise I just won't feel good. I won't be able to sleep well. It looks like this guy's got an interview. Larian Studios talks about its future. Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Timur, and it is my pleasure to be joined today by Sven from Larian. Sven, how are you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself, Dan?
I'm doing good. It's been an exciting time for fans of Larian. I mean, I feel like it's been an exciting time for fans of Larian for about over 2 years now at this point, given the longevity of Baldur's Gate 3. But you just recently put out a major patch, which somewhat unexpected for a lot of people, but significant. It had like new subclasses and crossplay and photo mode, and it feels substantial in a way, which again seems a bit unexpected, but it kind of feels also like a inflection point in the development of that. So where are you and the team currently at with Baldur's Gate 3, both in terms of going forward and setting expectations, and also your own commitment to it from a development and people power perspective?
Well, I mean, it's the end of 8 years of development, really. So it's been a very long journey. We wanted to go out with a bang in terms of what we were going to add to the game and hand it over to the modders. So the modding toolkit has received a significant update, so people can now start making campaigns. So we're going to see what's going to come from that. I think you'll see quite a few things if I hear the things that they're working on. And then really what you're going to see is us giving support to any major bugs that pop up. Operating systems change, platforms change, so we'll continue to support those things. Never say never, so you never know if we surprise people. It happens from time to time. But from where we are now, it really is focused on the next big things for us so that we can put all of our development attention there.
So last time we talked to you, speaking of next big things, last time we talked about the next project that the team was working on, and it being a big kind of evolution of where you're at, but not the one that you've got in your head, which is the one that comes after this. So as an update now, kind of where are you at with what comes next for Larian, and also the projects that you're working on? Like, what's next for the studio itself?
So I just came out of a meeting where I told people I painfully remember now how much work it is to make a game or a big RPG. That's for sure. So we're deep in the trenches on working on our next big thing. It's shaping up quite well, actually, but it's crazy ambitious. I mean, like, there's so much new things that we can do these days. So yeah, it's complex. And on top of that, we're trying to figure out how we're going to be making 2 games. So we talked about that openly, that we're working on 2 games. So organizing ourselves for that also is also not the easiest thing in the universe, because we make very complicated games with
lots of permutations, with lots of agency for players. So predicting when those are going to be finished is hard, and then trying to organize 2 games around that is even harder. So keeping ourselves busy, really.
Yeah. I mean, like, it sounds like you need to grow to kind of be able to execute on those things. So do you anticipate like adding new teams? Is the team currently set up to be a 2-project team already, or are you starting to build that as you go along?
Well, we're building that. I mean, it's a complex equation because you're at a stage in game development where things are accelerating. There's machine learning is an accelerator. It allows you to do things faster. So making an RPG where flow dictates everything it's very, very hard, because you need a lot of people at the end of the waterfall. You need a lot of people at the beginning of the waterfall. Trying to know when the waterfall will get what comes from the top of the waterfall is hard to predict. So you have to scope for that. The ideal case is where you can reuse as many people from one team on the second project. So we try not to grow too much on that front. So we really try to scope for what we need for one game, and then organize ourselves so that when stuff goes down the waterfall, people are ready to work on the next big thing. So the waterfall, obviously, meaning if you in simple terms would say, like, start with design, and then at the end of the day you have QA that is testing everything that was done, and people are fixing bugs. And at that time, you technically speaking would want people in design already to be working on the next thing, but it's not as simple as that. Because you have to deal with a lot of things. Right.
And if I'm thinking correctly, is it the case that the studio is now kind of setting up a dedicated team for storytelling? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true. Stories are our bread and butter. So we need to make sure that stories are ready ahead of time. In the past, we actually made them at the beginning of our production. So it's one of those things that we're doing to ensure that we have our waterfall under control. So we're trying to make the stories of our future games now, so that we have a big backlog of stories available for us when we start on the next thing. So it's one of those things that we're doing to beat the curve. There's many others. And we just opened the positions last week. So we're building a fairly large storytelling team to work together with our writing team. So the writers work on the games. Storytelling teams basically create stories in whatever form for future games. And then obviously they work together with our teams on the current games also. But it's really more of a forward-looking thing than a today thing.
Right, yeah. I was going to say, like, for people who might not be super aware of what the difference between is something like a storytelling team and a narrative team, how do you kind of explain that? Because someone like me will go, well, aren't they basically the same thing? Like, don't you have, it sounds like your approach is to kind of lay foundations for others to kind of work from.
I used to think the same thing, but then I got educated from reality. Narrative design, dialogue writing, making sure that you have all the permutations covered, arcs over longer periods of time across multiple games. These are all different disciplines, and they require specialization. And so you need people that are used to doing these things. I mean, if you make a great screenwriting background is going to be very useful. If you want to make something that has to last across multiple games, you maybe take people that are used to making trilogies or making TV series or seasons. So there's a wide variety of talent that you need if you want to make sure that your stories are going to be up to scratch. And we are a company that iterates a lot, and that needs a lot of story, because when you play our games and you decide to do something, you want your story to continue. So somebody needs to have thought of this. So it takes us a lot of work to do these things. And to prevent that waterfall that I was talking about from standing still, we learned that it's better to do these things up front rather than at the moment itself, although you still need a lot of capacity at the moment itself to deal with whatever you discovered in the game. It might sound abstract, but in practice it really means we implemented the quest in the game, you're playing it, and then you look at it and you say, hey, I really want to be able to do this. Oh yeah, that's really cool. But what does it mean, right? What does it mean for the characters? What does it mean for the plot? So these things all need to be thought through, and then they need to be implemented.
It's interesting because most people might not know that you're the founder of Larian, but you're also very much involved in the storytelling aspect of it. You're writing a bunch of it. which is kind of rare for people at an executive level. Where do you kind of fall within that whole team, the existing one and the new one it seems you're trying to build here?
Well, I'm the game director, so I work on the core story of how the flow of the entire game is going to be, and then I look at the very other end how it's been implemented, and then I give feedback to the team of try this or try that. So I'm a little bit everywhere across that entire pipeline, but I'm only one person, so I have an entire team whom I'm working with. So I've got my writing team, I've got my design team. So they're doing a lot of that work. But what we did realize is like, we need someone that is a little bit more detached from the day-to-day interactions that we're doing, like, because you get very, very, very close to what you're writing. And so we need somebody that's a little bit more in the background. So that's where that storytelling team is going to fit.
You mentioned earlier that obviously you need people who are specialists in what they do. And then you also alluded to the fact that you have 2 projects in development at the same time. Firstly, is there anything you can tell us about those projects? But secondly, if I'm right in thinking that Larian's about 500 developers ish, which means you're going to have to like figure out new ways to kind of workflow that with a new team as well. And you also mentioned earlier machine learning, which is kind of like a alarm signal in a lot of people's heads. So what are these kind of mechanisms that you're putting in place? Are they on tools that you're kind of moving towards? Are they more people focused, or are you doing, you know, what a lot of larger developers are now doing and looking to stuff like AI and machine learning? How much of that should people be aware of, and how are you going to implement that, if at all?
That's a lot of questions all at once.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's start with the latter part. Machine learning means a lot of things, right? So for us, we essentially, there's 3 things that we use it for. First is automation of tasks that nobody wants to do. It's the obvious things like motion capture cleaning or voice editing or something very Larian specific, retargeting. So that is basically if you play with different species, you want to be able to reuse an animation on a different species, but they're in different size, and then they're doing certain interactions with others. So these are things for which machine learning works really well. Then there's what's called white boxing. That's an important one for us because it allows us to iterate more rapidly. White boxing is essentially the stage before you actually redo the real implementation, the thing that's going to ship, where you try something out. So it can be that you say, okay, well, let's try these things out. And typically that takes some time before you can actually play it. And so you can accelerate that with machine learning. So it's good for that. And then the most exciting thing is where you can use it for new gameplay. So truth be told, we're not there yet. I don't think we're close to doing that. But you experiment with it because for an RPG developer, what you really want is something that helps with reactivity to agency. So permutations that you did not foresee, reactions to things that the players has done in the world, they will certainly augment the gameplay experience. So that's where that is. But the reason why people typically have the red alarm, the red bells or the red flags, the red lights going on is because it's going to affect people or it's going to steal their work. At least for us, in those departments which are typically flagged in those areas, we see that the amount of people that we're hiring is going up, not going down. I mean, and I think it's very normal also because, I mean, it's in the end, it's a tool that's available to everybody. So the difference will always be in what you do with it and what people are going to be doing with it, right? So it just changes the baseline from which you start because there are certain true things that you can do faster. But it's always going to be the people that are going to make the difference in it. And so for us, it's super clear that we're investing heavily into the team and the human touch that's being added to that. And so to bring it back then to your original question, so what it helps us with, because I mentioned automation, that means that there's more time for doing things. It also means that there's more volume of stuff being produced, which means that we can do more complex things. Now, when complexity goes up, things start getting really interesting. So it's fair to say that the games that are being made today are arguably more complex than they were in the past. So dealing with that complexity is a question of, again, automation, trying to stuff out. There are things that we call that narrative validation. It's basically trying to figure out, I did 300 choices here that led to this particular permutation. Did I write something that's not correct anymore? And then we try to automate the discovery of these things, which is very, it's not working super well yet, but it is something that you want to do because it takes a lot of time to go through these things, and they're not very creative. So you try to organize your processes, your pipeline, to put as much automation as you can to accelerate your iteration. The faster you can iterate, the faster you will get to a certain result. And the tightening of those pipelines should allow you, in theory, to make your games in a more efficient manner. But I'm deviating, I know, from your original question. But what happens when you do that, it's typically that your complexity goes up, because now you say, I can do more. So the net result is exactly the same length of development time that you're going to have. But the way that the roles fluctuate through it is hard to predict. So what we're doing, to now finally really answer your question, is we have teams that are purely focused on the design, and so they're separate from the other teams, and they're just literally focusing on that, while the others are working on the main game, and they're preparing everything for the second game. But their ability to pre-visualize things in terms of how it's going to flow is slightly faster than it used to be in the past. Also because we obviously have a very big toolkit that we've developed over this entire period of time. And so our hope is that eventually those things will click into one another. But I'll be very transparent. We're looking still on how that's going to work exactly. It is not it's not something that you can just put on an Excel file and say, and now it goes there. You know, it's very, very, very organic. The art of development remains an art. It's not an exact science.
Yeah, I guess the kind of, we talk about those red flags. I think the thing that people will mostly respond to, and no doubt will probably respond to your kind of reaction, is the human touch element of it. So that's where people are like, oh, if you're kind of, you know, speeding everything up using automation, what's the line between making sure that, you know, you still have that human touch part of it? Because we've seen art out there now that is generated very quickly, and it's the closer, more scrutiny you give it, the more you realize, oh, it's missing things, it's soulless and that kind of stuff. So how do you make sure that line is drawn for people and tell the audience that, hey, we're using automation and AI, that kind of stuff, but the game won't turn into kind of, you know, like generic slop?
Yeah. I don't think you're ever going to see anything that's generated in the game itself, at least now in what we're making now, except for the online bits, if we ever manage to get that to work. So the reactive bits, but that will be clear. I think I always think of it like FIFA. In FIFA, they're reacting to what you're doing when you're shooting on the goal, and they say, oh, that striker scores. It's the procedural generation that is going on real time. So that's what I meant with the gameplay bits. So there's no new ways of doing that. In terms of the content that's being created, that's still being made by hand. So that's these are very long and complex pipelines before something gets into your hands, right? So the things where it's being used the most is in terms of predicting flow, and flow is a iterative approach. So I'll give you a practical example. So we discovered already in the past that if we write out a situation and we are going to talk about it, we're going to get very excited, right? And then we're going to try to put in the white boxing, we're going to script it, and we're going to try to play it, right? And so if the environment around of the situation is empty, right? What you notice is that the scripting will never have any good feeling to it for some strange reason. Regardless of how much times we talk to the scripters or we try to explain to them, there's a thing, you don't see it, you don't react to it, right? Now, if you completely decorate the entire level and you do the same exercise, you say, here's a situation, and you give it to the scripter, you're going to see that it's completely different, right? So it's going to feel more real, and you get a better feel for, is the situation going to work, yes or no? Now, it takes a lot of time to do that. And it's not necessarily something that's going to ship, because it's just a trial at that point in time. If you can accelerate that phase, the iteration time that went into thinking about the flow has been decreased, and so you're going to get more iteration because more things will be tried out, and so you're going to get a better result as at the end of it. At all times in this process, it was the person, the developer that was guiding this process, that was using their creativity. This was not generated. The only thing that was generated is just the environment at that particular point in time, but that's not something you're going to ship, right? So the same thing goes for pretty much everything that you would generate. So you tried to pre-visualize things because it makes it easier, right? And but then afterwards you say, okay, well, I think we're going to go in that direction. Let's now see how that goes to what we call orange box. And in orange box, you make the things by hand. So that's a very different thing still.
Right. So your kind of like approach is nothing that is created using machine learning AI will be turned into content as is. Like, well, that's just the early phase of it. A person will come in and take everything that you've done there and manually create that by hand.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I have to be careful because so if we, for instance, there is output of machine learning will happen in things like retargeting or in cleaning of motion capture. There you will actually see that gets into the game, but that's not the thing that people are worried about. I think it is more about, are we going to see is that the art that's here, is it generated? In everything that we're doing right now, no, you're not going to see the generated art in the output game that's going to happen. Do we use it during the dev process to pre-visualize things? Yes, we will try things out or to try. But really, even then, I mean, like, don't expect this to be, I think, we're not creating these beautiful, great things. This is just really like, get me, I need a chair and a thing in here so I can just have a look if it's going to work, right? So don't oversell it either for what it is. It is a tool to help you accelerate your development process.
Right. So there's not going to be any characters with like 5 hands unless it's intended to be there.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
No, certainly not. I mean,
do you ever foresee a time where that kind of like jump could happen, where you feel confident enough in AI to allow it to create content, or is that something that you fundamentally believe as a principle of, you know, the studio and your own creative process, you'll never make that jump?
So I don't think you would have a competitive advantage if you do, because it's going to be what's available to everybody, right? So that's what I meant with the baseline. If the baseline goes up because generation is available to everybody, fine, that's a new reality that we're in, but you're still going to want to create something special on top of that, right? So, and I think that's where teams like us will make the difference. We're a very boutique team. We're actually crafting the situations, and the flow story by hand is the thing that we do. It's what when we talk to people about it, this is always the discussion, right? So, oh my God, our jobs are going to disappear. I said, no, but you're just going to work differently, potentially, but you're still going to be making the difference. I don't think that people in my position that say like, oh, we'll replace everybody by AI are doing the right thing. I think they're doing the wrong thing. What I do think is that we're going to jump forward in the type of games that we make. So we're going to make better games that improve in simulating reality and suspending our disbelief. So we're going to be making our games differently. That's, I think, goes without any doubt. But to say that it will replace the craftsmanship, I think we're very far from it. For that to happen, you would need real intelligence, I think, and real creativity. And even then, I'm not sure if you're going to get actually human emotion in there also. So you'll need all those things you'll need a human, to be honest. So now it's the android's dream of electric sheep, right? So, but as long as the human difference is there, we will be able to make a difference. But we'll be able to do more. And that's what you see today already. I mean, again, because people often say, oh yeah, the automation, but the automation is a huge thing. I don't know if people understand how much time an animator spends on stuff they don't want to work on. And that now that's being taken away because you can automate it. It's a huge thing. So it adds a lot to the time that they have to work on the creative stuff. Yeah.
As you mentioned, do you anticipate saving that time, using that time to shorten development cycles, or do you think it will be the same kind of period of time, just more focused where you want it to be instead of where it needs to be at times?
So I think the naive thing is to think that it will shorten them. I think that I think this is an age-old truth. If you give a developer 2 years, they'll take 3. So the same thing will be the case here with what you're going to give them in terms of abilities to do stuff. If they have the ability to do things faster, they'll just do more. which is what you want actually. Also, that's why I think it will improve the state of the art in terms of games that we're going to see. You're going to see more and more things, but they will be used in creative ways that we haven't even imagined yet.
So you mentioned the storytelling department is the new thing that you're kind of working on and setting up, and you've got your roles out there, which people can find and apply to if they feel they have a shot or are qualified or want to take a crack at it. One of the things that's been kind of in my mind is the sensibility and the identity of the studio, which I think more and more to people is something they pay attention to. And I think what makes Larian kind of unique, or in the minds of fans and people generally, what makes Larian stand out is you're a pretty big team, but you also have that very independent sensibility at the core. So that's something now that I and a lot of people are probably thinking about. How do you maintain that same kind of indie energy while both expanding the amount of people that you have and also adding these tools that are kind of more advanced?
Yeah, it's a challenge. So, I mean, the baseline attitude to that is to, it's going to sound super corporate, to empower the developer. But the idea is really that we try to give every single developer as much freedom as they can get without walking outside of the general lane in which we're heading. Or to better place it, there's a certain direction. Here's something that we need, go and do your thing and add whatever you can with X amount of time. So the way that we organize that, I talked about at last GDC, I think is the feature group, where we just say, this is your feature. You own this together with the team that's assigned to it. Do the best that you can with it. We'll look at it from time to time. If it's too much out of control, we'll tell you, but otherwise, this is your thing. And so that works super well. So it's one of our secret tricks. It's not that secret, but it works. So I think at GDC, we gave the example of the Bard class on BG3. It was one of the most successful ones, where we just said to the developers, here's the Bard class. These are the things that need to happen with it. Go and have fun with it. And then what we got out of it was so much more than what we expected. And that works really well when you leave people and you give them the room and the trust to do their thing. And so that attitude, I think, is important to protect. So we do our best to make sure that stays there. But obviously, as the team is bigger, it requires more organization to allow that to happen. So it's something we're focused on heavily. Funnily enough, also through automation. So where you try, it's a stupid thing, right? But it's like a core story has changed. Here's an AI tool that tells you what has changed, rather than having to reread the entire document again. It's a small thing, but it saves so much time in a day. And so these people need to be aware of these things. All right, great. So they're aware of it. So it's that kind of thing. But essentially, at the core, it keeps on trusting people to do what they're very good at. So that's it, and giving them the space and the means to do so. So, and then I think the other bit is trying to be as open as we can. I mean, if we have communications problems, it's probably because somebody forgot. It's never going to be because it was hidden. So it's also a very important bit.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing as a leader of the studio, you probably have thought about or think about or in the process of figuring out is obviously as you grow, the stakes for the thing that you're making become a bit higher because you now have more people to kind of think about. How do you kind of approach expansion knowing that the risks then you then have to take become trickier because the scope of it is bigger, or more people, and the stakes of it are much higher and you can affect more people? How do you approach that?
There's I think I talked about this, maybe with you. I don't remember. It was with you, right? So it's always having fallback plans. So we got a plan B and a plan C. So that stays the same. So that hasn't changed since my days when I didn't have money to pay for the gasoline. There's a plan B and there's a plan C in case things go wrong. And that is essentially something I hope I never have to do. But I think they're fairly robust. Obviously, the proof will be in the eating of the pudding. I don't know what the future will bring. But I feel, for the moment, I feel fairly confident that what we're doing is solid.
Right.
So I'll be able to look in the mirror should it go wrong in the way that things will then roll out.
This interviewer is asking some really good questions, and I'm even more impressed with his answers. How he's allowing the creatives, the devs, like as much space as possible within reason. It sounds like Larian Studios is a great place to go work for. It sounds like any project this guy is leading up is a great place to work.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned what your plan is, and I think it's worth asking because a lot of people look to you as kind of a person who's able to cut through the noise, and also your successes are kind of evident and it gives you an authority. Like, what do you think are traditionally the mistakes that get made when implementing something like automation or even growing a studio that you see happening around you, which kind of contribute to the conversation that this is not doable or it's something to be worried about?
But so there's two components, right? So the growing bit, we're figuring it out ourselves because we're only just in the growth phase, and so others have gone through it. So we're definitely aware of the risks. On the automation front, I think it's that.
Why he threw out that comment out there, understanding the risks, is because one of the major pitfalls of any software development, gaming is software development. So this isn't unique just to gaming, but a software company, will have an initial bout of success, and they'll grow too fast, right? And they end up having to do layoffs because they hired way too many people, and they start running out of money faster. So then they have to have a round of layoffs. And then that's how projects that's how they promise, we're going to do this and then we're going to hire this many people. And then that means we should be able to deliver this much sooner. But if there's a problem, and there usually is, you can't make that progress. So he's a guarded comment that they're growing cautiously. You don't want to grow way too fast and then, have so much upkeep on payroll that you run out of resources for the project.
I mean, I've heard people in my position talk about, I'm going to be able to replace this and this and this and this and this, and I think that's the wrong attitude to it. It's like, because I think for automation, the focus of automation has to be, how do I make so that people can do more of what really matters and less of the stuff that they don't want to do but they have to do because otherwise it doesn't work. I think that's the most important bit. So your focus should be there, and then that's not necessarily a cost reduction, but it is going to be an increase of ability, which is a good thing when you're making games. I think so. That's the important one there. And in terms of scaling, damn, I really don't know. I mean, we try what we're doing, so we try to keep it sustainable, but every single day you learn. So you have to adapt and then try to be. I think our core values are solid, all right? So our values are very.
This is me not on mute. I'm going to pause this real quick. And let me turn the volume down a little bit because I want to finish editing this music video. But I want to make sure that I'm on the right track here. So, and we need to add Todd Howard Unleashed. Import. Convert, clip, update, generate, relink proxy media. Okay, maybe we just have to do it from here it is. Oh, it's in the other folder. It's this one. There it is. Todd Howard Unleashed. Okay. All right, let me just get a feel for it over here. No, let's check out that guitar solo. So it looks like we just start here. Okay.
Very simply put, it's player and team first, and that's it. So it's not profit first, which is a very different KPI than a lot of companies, and that makes it very different. And so the belief is that if the content is there, the profit will follow. Or even simpler terms, happy player, happy business. I heard that the other day from somebody who was applying for a job there. So I said, oh, that's really good, actually. So because it literally is the core of what the games industry should be about: happy player, happy business. So we focus on that, and we make many mistakes for sure. But if you then also try to learn from those mistakes and try not to repeat them at least more than once, then you're already in a better place also.
Right. You talked about your core values and the kind of games that you make, and for many people, especially you're known as the almost single player storytellers, and you have online elements, but primarily you make single player games to a degree and have that co-op, and you have narrative around them. And there was recently a discussion around kind of the future and the viability of games like that. And you're on Twitter popping off talking about, I believe the quote is, "It's the time of the year when big single player games are declared dead. Use your imagination. They're not. They just have to be good." And there's been a lot of discussion that there is no place for big single player games, which in turn is kind of perpetuating the idea that you shouldn't fund these single player games. And you said that's something that frustrates you. So kind of, can you talk a bit about that and where you're at that, especially in the context of what you're doing now?
I gotta pause this again because I gotta focus on the music for a minute. Oh, it's one big group, is it? Oh, there we go. Now let's do this. Let's pull all these out of here. Okay. And I'm going to keep this part right here. And let's get rid of this and that and that. All right, so now we got just the text. And then dun dun dun. And I think what we do is. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, so let's make stuff out of this one. Whoop. Let's do this. Let's build like a line. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now
Well, I'm not going to name names, but this came up from some very high-profile people. So it really frustrated the hell out of me. Because it is what it does is it certainly cuts off a whole bunch of avenues because from that side you will not get into the single player narratives, and so that missed. I mean, right? So that just came out. It doesn't make any sense at all because this is typically coming from directions where it's all focused on microtransactions, milk it all you can type of business models. And true, there's lots of revenue being generated there, more revenue than you're going to get from your single player games. But that doesn't mean that single player games are not a viable market. There's lots of people that want to play a really good single player game and put money in it, especially if they have cooperative multiplayer like ours. Saying that they have no future just because there's another business model that earns more money, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, like it's like with music, with books, there's room for a lot of things, right? Each their budget. I think we've proven with BG3 that you can put in a pretty high budget and expect pretty high results. So there's market there. And there's other examples. I mean, there's Dark Souls for Elden Ring that proves it too, right? So it's short-sighted, I think. But it's true that if you are going to just clone the games that are successful, bring those to the market, and not innovate at all, then you can expect that they're not going to sell. It's obvious, but that goes for any genre, I think, right? So there's a tolerance to the patience of the player for repeats of the same formula, which is the same for everything. It's for movies, for series, whatever. I mean, I think the example I often use when discussing this with the team is like the My Little Pony craze from the 2009s, when like there was like, market research has shown that there's still a market for My Little Pony simulators in which you go to a hotel in Bavaria. And you go, let's make that game. And say, guys, so that's not the right reason for making a game. So this is, so that was really that. So what I wanted to say is like, I think that for sure there's lots of money to be made in certain avenues, but you certainly shouldn't rule out a single player game as something that can be self-sustaining.
Right. I guess, obviously everyone's going to be like, yeah, of course that makes perfect sense, but the realities of the industry currently are like, people are aware of that and they get behind that, but the kind of folks that are making the decisions aren't the people that message is reaching. So what would you say, like how can developers empower themselves to kind of not abandon the idea of making single-player games or narrative-focused games that aren't just, you know, kind of iterative on other games? How do they tackle that kind of conundrum?
It's not easy, because obviously you need funding to be able to create your game, unless you're really solo funded, and even then you still need funding. So if you need external funding, you're going to have to convince someone, and this is going to be the hard part. So that's why that narrative is dangerous. If people start saying that, that narrative propagates even to non-games industry, people that are ready to put money into the games industry. We are an example of a company that at some point had external funding from non-games industry people. If somebody would have kept on repeating that single-player games don't make money, they wouldn't have invested in our single-player game, and that would have been game over. I think the best way that I've seen is to make something that gets player enthusiastic, or people that play games enthusiastic. That's really fun, right? That doesn't start, because I've seen many PowerPoints like this that start, this game is going to be like Doom meets Commander Keen, whatever. And so that's fine. And then the next slide is, Doom audience is this, Commander Keen audience is this. Let's add up these audiences. This is going to be great. And said, okay, well, you lost it now. So because the second slide should have been, if it would be a PowerPoint slide, let's go to the demo.
Yeah.
And let's play some game. And then whatever little vertical slides that you have, that's really fun. Usually, if it's different and it's good, it's sufficient to convince somebody that knows what they're talking about. And there's many people in the investment community or in the publishing community still, and even in development community, developers that have been successful, they say, hey, shit, this is actually kind of cool, it deserves to be made. I'll give you some money to make it, or invest in it. So I think that's, it should always be the core. What am I making here? Does this game deserve to be made, right? Is there a reason for it to be? If the answer is no, then it's normal that nobody's going to invest in it. I think that's fine. But if the answer is yes, then typically you have a better chance of finding someone that's going to be able to fund it. And these days you do have the audience, right? You have early access, you have Kickstarter still to a certain extent. So it is possible to get people on board, but I'm not going to say that it's easy, right? But it's got to be different. It's got to offer something new. Otherwise, it's going to have a hard time.
I guess then the follow-up to that is, and I'm kind of like just trying to put everything in perspective, and I might have a flawed understanding of it. I feel like that kind of approach, it makes a lot of sense, and I'm sure it can inspire people who operate at a certain level. Like, you know, you have these almost indie teams or AA teams, whatever you want to call them, like the team behind Soundfall, the team behind Clear Obscure. Like, they could see something like what you just said and be like, yeah, I'm going to approach this. However, a lot of people would also argue, but you need to get through to the bigger companies, almost the corporations like the Sonys and the EAs and that kind of stuff. Do you think it's realistic in this stage and in this stage of the economy and where games are at, for them to see that message and be like, yes, that's actually viable? I know there was a time when they would do that, but do you think we can go back to that? And or do you think that we're beyond that, where they need to operate at such a level where they don't have the ability to kind of turn the ship, as it were, to that direction?
I think, so not to quote the examples that you just said, but just as a general message, I think they would be wise too. I mean, that's how they're going to get innovation. It's not going to come from having to play it safe. It's going to have to come from risk. So here's the thing, right? So 101 evolutionary theory with Sven. You only get evolution if there's mutation. If there's no change, there is no evolution, right? You end up in what's called a local minimum, or basically a dead end. So you need to innovate to be able to make progress. Otherwise, you die as a company. Here's another one, management. I'm sorry. So this is a topic I think about a lot. So you have this S shape, they call it, growth curves in companies. It's something that we have to deal with, right? So basically it means you're working. Oh, you got your breakthrough, so you go up, and then so you're working. Up, you have your breakthrough. Different directions, sorry. But anyway, so you have diminishing revenue or diminishing returns at some point from the thing that makes you break through. So if you keep on doing the same thing, those diminishing returns will come faster and faster and faster, and eventually you're going to die out. So you need to make sure that there's new stuff coming in, right? So what's the easiest way of doing that is investing in young, enthusiastic development trying stuff out, and then figuring out which of these things is going to be working out, and maybe then saying, okay, well, this is ready for a bigger league, so we can invest more. Because obviously the investments are large, and there's lots of risk involved, etc. But not doing that, I think that would be a death sentence eventually. I mean, you have to. It's all easier said than done, by the way. But it is, I think, imperative that you continue to invest in new things if you want to sustain yourself as a larger company. Because at some point, whatever made you large is going to lose its value, and you're going to have something new. And if it's not at the pipeline, then it's simply too late already. It should have been already coming up. That's the where you, in the middle of your S curve, you should have already had stuff ready for your next S curve, because then you can chain your S curves after one another. One thing starts dying out, that's fine. There's a new thing coming up. And so you've seen many companies that have been successful in reinventing themselves. But then it's true that you've seen in recent times there's this hyper consolidation that's been happening around certain genres, certainly in the free-to-play space, where there's innovation becomes harder. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, just trying to get your perspective, because you clearly have thought way more about this from I don't know business as well of games that much, but like, is it viable? Because what I see now also is a lot of the bigger companies, big successes can come from looking at what a smaller team is doing, where the innovation is happening, and then executing that on a much bigger scale. Because of the size of the company, they have the ability to reach a much wider audience than that smaller developer can come and almost push them out. Like, I don't think of, the size doesn't make sense, but I think of like PUBG and that kind of like,
same thing.
yeah, and then Fortnite coming along as a kind of like Epic looking at that potentially and going, you know, they're executing that same kind of idea on a bigger level. I would say Fortnite iterates and has its own innovations, but that basic concept of looking at the little guy going, I can do that bigger and get it to more people quicker. What about that approach to kind of existing in the kind of world of video games development business?
Okay.
Well, it sometimes works, but not.
Okay, I think, excuse me, I think everybody, and I don't think there's anybody here. I think it's just me. I'm just streaming to myself. But here goes. We're just going to sneak peek of the music video. Final draft. Might need to make some changes, but I think it's damn close to being done. So here goes. Let me mute myself. Get rid of the agenda. Mute. You think I should put a thanks for watching at the end? Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Ain't nobody else here to see it though. Okay. What else needs to be done? Okay. Maybe maybe I just put a little personalized message. Hey everybody. I feel like I hope this music video takes off and it's going to drive traffic to my YouTube channel, and I wonder what people are going to do. See, this is all the project stuff. Okay, that's an update on the Skyrim music video, Unreal Engine, live stream highlights, games industry talk. Yeah, maybe we just release it. Like, what else? What else can I do to capitalize? Should I have? I probably need a new intro video, like hey everybody, welcome to my channel kind of deal. Okay, and then I gotta try to figure out how to get in touch with John. Okay. I'm gonna watch that music video one more time and see if something else needs to be done or added to it. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Like I could spend, I could probably spend another day or two nitpicking at it, but it's in my mind it'll never be perfect. So I think that's as close to done as we're gonna get. Now I got to figure out what I'm going to do to try to launch it and capitalize on. Launch it and capitalize on stuff. Okay. I think we're good. I can call it for the day. We got stuff done. I applied to 2 jobs that I thought I was a very, very good fit for. And then I got my LinkedIn profile set up better and got my identity verified, so I'll be more visible to recruiters and stuff. Okay, and we'll pick that. I'll pick that schedule up again tomorrow. But now it's just time to kick back and relax. There's not much else I can do. I guess one thing. Let's put on. Let's go ahead and finish putting this on here, and I'm gonna ask ChatGTP what I give it the situation and see how I can capitalize on launching this thing.
Not always, because so well, this is going to become a conversation about management and investment. There was once a guy I thought who was study, and they looked at a whole bunch of companies that were successful, and then they looked at a whole bunch of companies that were successful. And so one of the key things that made companies successful was to be first to market, and they operated in the blue ocean. And then the competition came, and they started making the ocean redder and redder because they started killing each other in the blobs that covered the water. But the ones that were the first, in general, survived in the red ocean, and because they managed to figure out the best island, the best place to be. So in case of PUBG versus Fortnite, I mean, PUBG did quite well for itself, right? They were first to market. Many people came after and had a harder time trying to do the same thing. Fortnite, obviously and famously, did it at a larger scale with much higher production values, and then an enormous machine behind it. So did well, but there's lots of examples where you see people trying to do the same thing and it doesn't work that well, right? So think of the action RPG, like the literally the original action RPG when talking about Diablo clones, right?
Yeah.
So there were a shitload of Diablo clones, but there were not many Diablo clones that succeeded in there, right? Yeah. Yet the formula was simple, and that's what they started out with. And same for the RTS, by the way, also actually, right? So how many RTSs do we have?
Yeah.
But we're still talking about Warcraft and Command and Conquer, and then it starts getting harder if you have to start thinking about what's the next one. Right? So I wouldn't say that's. I think you're better off having PUBG inside your company or working with them on something.
Yeah, I guess it all comes down to like what is the priority for your company? Is it to make money fast? Is it to make a lot of money, or is it to build something unique and sustainable potentially, right?
Well, I like to think that if you're a game developer, you want to make games. So I think that should be your first priority. I mean, like if you want to make money, there's the financial market, so also lose money. But I mean, like I think the games industry, like movie industry, people get into the movie industry because they want to make movies, right? Not because they want to make money. The same thing goes for games. But games make a lot of money, and that attracts a lot of people. And so as a result of that, you get a lot of people that are suddenly there for making money and forget what it is that is making games. That was my talk at the speech at the Game Awards was literally about that. Seeing that spreadsheet first and the game second is never a good idea in this industry. Put the game first, and your spreadsheet will follow if you put the game first. You don't have to worry about that. But for some reason, that truth doesn't permeate, which is really frustrating. Because
Yeah.
that, as a result of that, you see so many waste of bandwidth happening in the industry. That's like where you say, okay, you know what I mean. And you look at all these things coming out, and you say, oh shit, that was a money-making thing. That was a money-making thing. That was a money-making thing. And then you can almost say like, what are the probabilities it's going to succeed? You almost know already up front it's not going to work because I'm not excited as a player about it.
Yeah. I think one of the, just maybe this is a question, maybe it's something you could just respond to. Like one of the things that I really appreciate that you do is when you're on Twitter, you kind of highlight games that are coming out that are worth kind of checking out, even if they're, like you talk about like Expedition 33, you've talked about Skald before. I know you were on the Balatro train pretty early. How important is that for you as a personal kind of like crusade almost? And why do you do that? And do you think other developers in prominent positions should be doing the same thing?
I think a lot of developers do. I mean, and I think you do it because somebody did it for you maybe, and you appreciate it tremendously. I mean, a shout out from developers that are more established is worth gold to a younger developer or to somebody that's up and coming. So it's a sign of support, really. I mean, like it's also to our prior point, right? So there's quite a community of developers because we all know how much shit we have to go through to make our games, right? So we empathize with each other and we understand when we see something, especially when we see something good, we know, man, how did you get here? There must have been a story there to get there to that point. And that's, I think, showing that is important. And then, yeah, if I get excited about the game, I definitely want to tell people about it because it's like just, okay, this is my thing. And I'm very keen.
Yeah, it kind of is in line with your core principles that you talked about as a developer. And one of the other things that also is I'd love to get your kind of insight on the kind of ownership and collaboration with the community, because recently obviously you were very open about the situation around the Stardew mod, which was a pretty big deal, you know, and you came out and you said that free quality fan mods highlighting your characters in other game genres are proof your work resonates and is a unique form of word of mouth. Obviously, a lot of companies won't take that same approach, but you also said there are good ways of dealing with this, where there is kind of like this two parties fighting over the same kind of like ownership over something. What do you think are the
Oh, hey,
dealing with it? And why do you
Yar.
think it's important if
I just
you
saw
can
your message.
try and figure them out?
Where's
So IP law.
There we go. I had to pause it. Good seeing you, Priest. Thanks for hanging out. Going to be doing the same thing tomorrow, and I'm figuring out what the release for the music video is going to be. I think I just need to get ready to, like, I'm going to post it here and here and here, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll see you when you get back tomorrow. Have a good one. Hey, Goldo Mania. I'm sorry I just saw your message. I realized I was tabbed out of the chat. So if you're still around, hi. If I didn't respond and you're already gone, I'm sorry. I was hyper focused on finishing up the Skyrim music video, or figuring out how I'm going to launch the Skyrim music video. So I apologize if I didn't get to you in time. Yeah, once it's released, we can post on some of the Reddit stuff.
Tricky.
Yeah.
It's one of those laws that it's a hard time dealing with it because it's at the core it's an exclusion law. It's a deviation from a general principle. There should be a free market, and so that's why you have all these stupid things around it. So that does need to be set up because it leads companies to do strange things as a result of it. But as a company that owns IP, it's perfectly possible to give somebody a license. So you can just say, hey, I think what you're doing is really really cool. Here's a license, and that solves it. And I think that's what was done in this case. I think there was so that's the easiest way of dealing with it. If you're a company, especially in games or in any entertainment, and you have a group of people that spends I don't know how much time on creating something in honor of your game, especially in another game, I think you should applaud that. It's really cool, right? So I mean, like, it's passion, it is word of mouth from a marketing point of view, and it is, if it's good, it's a contribution to the entire games ecosystem. So yeah, I think those are good things to happen, right? So it's different when it gets exploited commercially, because then suddenly there's a really good argument to be made. Hold on, we do need to have a conversation here. But when it's free, when it's fan-based, and when it's clearly fan-based, I think it's different, right? So there's, well, I mean, there's lots of games that have truckloads of things made around it that people share with each other, right? And then so I don't think you need to crack down on that. I think that's the wrong message.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting, kind of bring this to a close, is about BG3 is it's been a huge success from various perspectives. But I think what's, for me, as someone who like looks at the industry and culture around it, is what's really been crucial is it has had a huge impact on culture around video games. And it has made a mark which isn't likely to go away for a really long time, which, if you are inclined to put it in like capitalism thinking, means that there's a lot more people kind of dedicated to that game, that IP, that world, long term, which, again, if you want to make money, you've got longer term revenue generating opportunities. But at the same time, this audience has kind of taken on a life of its own, and it has ramifications beyond just the release of the game. And like you said now, like you've given BG3 to the community. Do you think that's something that people really underestimate the power of, impacting the culture as opposed to just thinking about the bottom line?
Well, it comes down from the same thing, right? Happy player, happy business.
Yeah.
So it's literally, I mean, like, we cannot sustain at the level that the modding community is making mods for BG3 the content pipe. We cannot do it. It's just, well, we could if we were to use AI for it, but you don't want that. So if you want a game to live, that's the best way of doing it. It's the same like development. If I want our games to be great, I have to make sure that the developers own it. If I'm going to be the one owning it, it's never going to be great, because I can't do everything. I need the developers to do it. The same thing goes with the players. If the players own the game, they'll make it fantastic. So we had many examples in the past, so it's a miracle actually that not more people have figured this out by now. So I mean, Skyrim comes to as a game where modding made it huge, right? So, but that's I mean, like, I don't have to tell you what Warcraft 3 did in terms of mods, what that led to. Yeah. So many cool things happen when you give people a tool for them. As a company, you can perfectly profit from it. And like your core game is going to keep on selling, and whatever. If we're not in the DLC business, but if we would have been in the DLC business, I'm sure we would have benefited from it also. It's not as if that those opportunities go away. You just have a stronger, broader community that's more engaged, and so I cannot understand why you would not want that. And I think more and more people are starting to figure that out, and players are getting more vocal also about it. So it's good. Right? So that's the days of. I've seen this tweet the other day because we had the Oblivion remaster, and somebody said, "Oh my God, I bought the horse armor."
Yeah, that is a hell of a turnaround as well.
So I thought that was funny.
Yeah, that's very, very funny, actually. You mentioned something there that I would love to kind of expand on a bit, and maybe even get your thinking behind, just even if it's like not been said for a while, is you said you're not in the DLC business, which is, you know, conventional wisdom would say you need to be in the DLC business to make the most out of the thing that you're making. Why are you not in the DLC business? Is that a hard and fast rule, or is it somewhat malleable given the context you're in? And what's the justification for right now not being in the DLC business?
But it's boring. So it's really to really the honest answer is like we try to be in the DLC business. And this is I've talked about that. So with BG3 and with just it's no passion. And I mean like happy player, happy business. You also need to have happy developer for a happy player. What we're doing now makes developers way more happy. We erred because it was what we were supposed to do, right? So, oh, we got a huge game, huge hit, like, oh, we got to make DLC this and DLC that and DLC there and DLC there, and the money's going to pile up all the time. And we just nodded and said, yeah, we'll make DLCs. And then the moment that we had some time to think, we realized, what are you doing? So sometimes progressive insight is not a bad thing. So sometimes you go down the wrong path and then you say, oh, fuck it, just change course. Just do something else.
Right, to bring us to a close, final question, just kind of broadly speaking, like you've kind of outlined where Larian is going for the future. What is kind of your like mission statement from this point on for the studio, and where do you hope to be in 5-10 years from now?
So we got an ambitious project. I'm not going to just tell you yet what, but I hope that definitely 5 years from now, I can tell you about it. And saying, yeah, this is working out. This is what we're doing, and we are in a position where we can craft multiple RPGs side by side, so that we don't have to worry about people going idle. Because that's actually the main reason why we're doing multiple projects, right? We have this waterfall where you have a smaller group that starts thinking about what we're going to make, and then this very large group that executes on it and talks to the people that were thinking about it. But then when that very large group is finished, if the people at the beginning are not ready, then everybody's fucked because everybody has to wait. Right? That's what we're trying to avoid. So I hope that I can tell you 5 years from now, hey, we cracked it, we figured it out, this is what we're doing now. Here's game one, we're making this completely different thing. It's an important decision.
Well, that's really interesting. They are actually doing waterfall development. In a way, I wish I could ask a lot more questions of this guy as a project manager. I'd really like to understand the methodology. Let's see here. So this video covers an interview with the lead dev for BG3. It sounds like they are doing waterfall, but then they have a cycle of player feedback and refinement while building out the other areas. I've written a video essay showing how waterfall development is outdated and agile Scrum should be used. I even postulated that Larian Studios was using Agile due to the 3 years of early access and updates that they did. How can I square what is being said in the interview with what I've said in the video essay? Yeah, waterfall front loading with agile feedback loops. Okay. especially during early access. Okay, so reframe your point. What matters isn't strict adherence. Okay, so that's fine. So it's going to be broken promises. Scrum game dev. Sprint 2. Okay, so we need to rewrite this part. Let's see if we can just get it. Video essay. And let's go back here. Here is my video essay. Rewrite the part about Scrum. Let's use this hybrid model. Take out section 8, or not take out section 8, update section 8, hybrid processes, to reflect our discussion here. And I think part 3. Part 3, recognizing waterfall in the wild. No, let's just have it. There's multiple points in there that need to be updated. Here's my video essay. Let's use this hybrid model. Update section 8 hybrid process to reflect our discussion here. Also, there are several other points where I simply assumed, due to BG3's success, they didn't use waterfall, and anything that didn't use waterfall, so the whole thing was written under the assumption they were doing Agile Scrum the whole time. You need to rewrite the whole essay. Essay based on our discussion here. Give it to me in a docx downloadable. If the essay is too long for one reply response, give no, let's just leave it. Let's just see what it spits out. Let's see. I'll be impressed if it does a good job on this. Typically, it doesn't do good on like really long things. You have to like break it down into sections. You got to do each section one at a time.
I am so delighted and honoured to welcome to the stage this evening the three finest people you could have to deliver those insights into the 6-year development period of Baldur's Gate 3. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, first of all, Sven Vinke. I feel like Sven should really be on the throne, but here we are. Next up, writing director at Larian, it is Adam Smith, everyone. And last but very much not least, lead writer on Baldur's Gate 3, Crystal Ding, everyone. All right, welcome folks. Thanks for joining us here. It is a real privilege to have you back with BAFTA for this masterclass session. First of all, before we dive in, how does it feel being here at the sort of tail end of a very long victory lap?
I'll let you go first.
It's always emotional. We 10 months since we released, and it still feels like it was yesterday. This game changed our lives. It really did. And every time I think I'm done saying things about it, then something like this happens, and I think, I know I want to talk about it all night again. Yeah, but it's very emotional for me. Yeah.
Yeah, mixed. I want to move on. I want to make new things, but I'm super happy and super appreciative of how people appreciated Baldur's Gate 3. So it's really being here again. It brings back all the memories from the night at the BAFTAs, which was very emotional for our entire team. So yeah, happy.
Great.
But also happy it's one of the last ones.
Okay. Well, we're privileged that it is one of the last ones. Crystal, are you ready to talk some more about Baldur's Gate 3? You got it in you?
Yeah, I've got it in me. I was actually thinking when we were meeting the actors again earlier and just hearing their voices, like it took me back, and it's like it's something that I've moved on from, but I'll never move on from.
Nice. Okay. Well, speaking of taking you back, if you can cast your mind back, Sven, to 2014, let's say, we understand that it was a decade ago that Larian set out to, with the intention to make a Baldur's Gate game. Casting your mind all the way back to that point, what was it that drew you to Baldur's Gate? Why were you so keen to make a Baldur's Gate game?
There were a couple of things. So I was feeling like we were hitting a glass ceiling with what we were doing. I didn't know at that time that Divinity Original Sin 2 was going to be the hit that it was going to be. And so, but I did know, or I felt that it was going to be successful, so I wanted to move into the big, expansive AAA cinematic RPG because I thought that needed to be made. Nobody was doing them the way.
If it wasn't for the success of Baldur's Gate 3, Wizards of the Coast might have gone under with their D&D kerfuffles lately.
That we intended to make them. And so that was going to be very expensive, very risky. So I said it will help if there's an IP that's going to draw attention to do it. So that was the first one. Second one was I knew there were a lot of people in the team that would be super motivated for it. And so after doing 2 original sins, I said we need something fresh. And then the third one was if we're going to do this big, expensive, very large RPG, we're going to need a lot of people. So I need something that we can communicate to people that they instantly say yes. And so that's essentially what happened once we started telling people we're making Baldur's Gate.
Okay. And how did it feel going into that sort of that legacy, that kind of an influential franchise?
So that was the funny thing. It was because I didn't expect it was going to be so intimidating when the thought first popped up. But then the further we went, I said, "Oh my God, the expectations for this thing are so high, so high. So we have to make sure that we do not disappoint." And so that actually started the drive of big expansion for us in terms of making Larian the company that could make Baldur's Gate 3. So it was certainly, the pressure was much higher than I ever expected when we came up with it, because it's been 20 years, who was still thinking of it?
Yeah. Apparently some, yeah. Adam and Crystal, what was your relationship to Baldur's Gate coming onto the project? Like, how did you feel about joining a game like that?
So I have a bit of a strange one about this, because I came to it through Larian, actually, in the early access. I'd been a Larian fan. Like, I'd played Divinity Original Sin 2 with my partner, and we'd kind of, courted each other through the multiplayer fuckery we did on each other. And so we were really, really excited for Baldur's Gate 3. And then when the early access came out, I was like, yeah, they're still doing it, and they're doing cooler and cooler things. And I'd always was like, oh, it's a pipe dream. I'd love to help them make that. And weirdly, here we are.
Here we are.
I grew up with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and I came on early in pre-production, still. And And I was sitting in San Francisco with Sven, and he said, I want you to come work with me. And I said, what is it, Divinity Original Sin 3? And he said, I can't tell you what it is. And he just signed an NDA first. And then he showed me a piece of paper, and I signed it. He said, okay, it's Baldur's Gate 3. And I said, are you fucking joking? Because I immediately thought, well, that's a hell of a thing. But I thought if anyone can do it, then it's Larian. So I had the double weight. I was like, we've got the legacy of Baldur's Gate. And Larian was my favorite studio in the world. And I was like, I don't want to be the one who comes on and then things go wrong. So it was very intimidating, but very quickly, as soon as I got to know the team, it was the right team. And you got confidence quickly. But it meant a lot to me. I mean, I love these characters. Love the ones we made, love the ones we brought back, and it was a world that meant a lot to me. Yeah.
A lot of pressure across the board then. Sven, do you remember like the moment when it became real, when you knew it was going to be a Baldur's Gate game that you were making? Was there a sort of pivotal moment for you?
Well, Wizards of the Coast saying yes.
Yes. That moment. How was that moment?
Weird, because at that moment there was a change in command at Wizards of the Coast. The new CEO had just come on board, and it was literally one of his first days when I met him.
6 minutes in.
Hello everyone,
This
I'm
one
Paul,
too.
and it's my pleasure to be joined today by...
I am so delighted and honoured to welcome to this.
When I met him.
I just wanted to document that this video too, because these are sources. Source. Okay, and then song used with permission by SBs. And then we need a link to his YouTube. Okay.
So it's like me coaching him.
And what I'm doing now is based off of watching these interviews with Sven, the developer here, I needed to update the essay that I wrote, which focuses on games development from a software project management perspective. And after listening to these interviews and them talk about what they did, I needed to update it because the essay that I wrote was not correct. So I am updating the essay so it takes into account the information that I received watching these interviews.
Through the process of being there rather than vice versa. So we were still in the original Sin 2 mode. We're pretty much where we are now, but Baldur's Gate 3 was going to be the new game, but it wasn't 100% real yet. It was, okay, we're going to make this game, but we have to go through a couple of milestones. We need to make a design document that they approve. So there was all these opportunities for failure still waiting for us. So it's only when we really started, we passed that final milestone before we actually went into production. I said, okay, now it's really happening. And then I looked around and said, oh my God, there's going to be so much stuff that we have to do. But because I've been around for some time, I tend to assume that things are going to go wrong, so that I'm ready for it psychologically, emotionally, when it started kicking into production, that's when it was real. And then when I started seeing how high expectations were, because there were a couple of leaks, then it became really real, and it's actually better. Really, don't fuck it up.
Okay, to fast forward a little bit and talk about what I think some people would call the heart of the game. Let's talk about the companion characters. As you were approaching, like creating a diverse party, a diverse cast of characters, and you had certain stories that you wanted to tell with them, but at the same time, how did you marry the stories you wanted to tell with the needs of the gameplay?
It's all connected. So as soon as we had hundreds and hundreds of like one-liners for characters, so we'd go through them and we'd say, are they compatible? Do they overlap too much? Are we going to be repeating ourselves with the stories here? And do they fit the themes? That was the most important thing. And then you figure out, what class do I need this person to be, both for balance to make sure the party's interesting and to support the story. But it was a huge list. And if you go back to those original pitches, they're all still true. What was the heart of them stayed true, but everything else about them was open to change. as they grew and they evolved, and you know, the actors, some of whom you'll see later, when they came in, they changed the characters, you know, because as soon as you get a voice to them, there were 6 years on this thing, right? So the actors, for them, it was like returning for a season of a TV show sometimes. It's like, you're coming back, we know what your character's been through now. So they helped to inform it as well. But once you start to put them in the game and play them, then very quickly you figure out whether they're working or not. It never dictated what they needed to be from the gameplay side. We always had the freedom to do the character work, but at the same time, it has to feed back in. But it was really about that. It was making sure we didn't repeat ourselves with any of them, and that they thematically felt strong. I mean, if you play the game, you can see the common ground that they have. You know, that was very important to us.
You also need to make sure that there was room for them inside of the game.
Yeah.
So the world changed continuously as our story creation process is fairly volatile, and it goes hand in hand actually with what's happening in the level design and with the game mechanics and how the flow of the game is. So often you could see that stories of companions would change in function of what we saw. Oh, we could tell this story here, but we can't tell that story here. So we're going to have to change. So it's a constant process of things affecting one another and eventually reaching some form of stability.
So the genesis of a character wasn't, we need a rogue or...
No, not at all.
No.
No, actually the classes came last.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So like, well, I mean, we shared that the Starn used to be a tiefling.
Yeah.
But likewise, Dark Urge's base class has pretty much been everything at some point. So it was really later in the process that we said, okay, well, we need to lock in certain classes that we want to be compatible with the player. Shadowheart was always a cleric because we figured everybody was going to need a healer.
Right.
But that was probably the only, and Astarion probably was always a rogue also, so that made a lot of sense for him. But for the other ones, I don't think, or I can't remember that we said like, okay, that's the one, that's that class.
That's so interesting because you think of a D&D class as almost having like a personality trope,
Yeah.
but the fact that the class proceeded from the character itself is really fascinating.
Well, and we always need to leave room for the players, right? So there always needs to be room in that party for whoever the hell you guys want to be. And if you don't have that, then it's you're the supporting character, and that can't be the case. They have to be the lead character. So
Yeah, and we also knew that they were going to be able to change it anyway. So, because for a long time we had a lot of discussions about what are we going to do? Are we going to let the character change? Like, are we going to let players change their character? Because what are they going to talk about? Because they have to talk about the fact that they're a cleric, for instance. And then we decided, you know what? I mean, they're going to be like a cleric in their head, but now they start a new job.
Barbarian Gale.
Just fancy to change, you know. I don't want to heal anyone anymore. We've actually got some concept art for Jaheira versus the final release here. Could you speak to the difference and the...
Oh, that's a very long process. You're watching on the left side, you're seeing 2D artwork, and then people often think that the concept artist defines the entire look, but the 3D artist does as much work as the concept artist does when they're modeling the character. So there's a lot of disciplines that come together in the creation of a character. So what you're seeing on the left side are exploratory pieces as they're trying to figure out, okay, what is the character going to look like? But at the end of the day, really, it's going to be the 3D artist that's going to decide what the character will look like.
I mean, you see there's an enormous like similarity there. Does anything jump out to you as like, I remember making this change? There was a vision that obviously her being an established character didn't shift too much. Yeah.
The one with the biggest change was Karlach, I think, visually. Karlach went through a lot. There was a version of Karlach in early access, which is a completely different character visually. We had a lot of different concepts, and actually one of the last things that fell into place was the heart. Yeah. We didn't have the heart for a long time. It was this person who was a fugitive from hell. I think that was the phrase. It was, yeah, I'm a fugitive from hell. Yeah. And then at some point we were looking for the extra coolness, and also what is the thing about them that we can interact with, that we can engage with, and we found this idea of the steampunk heart, the kind of hell heart. But yeah, for the longest time she didn't have it. And when you say to a lighting team and a cinematics team and a 3D character team, by the way, she's now got a glowing metal heart in her chest, they go, okay, really? It's a good Wednesday.
You have to realize that some of these changes were also inspired by cinematics teams. We can't show that. We can't do anything with this character, so you need to change this, because otherwise, where do we put our camera? There's going to be too much clipping going on, and so forth. So there's really, it's like many things about, pretty much everything about Baldur's Gate 3, it was teamwork that defined what the characters
This just reminds me of looking at this, because Jaheira doing the Entangling Vines, again, you talk to the cinematic team and animators, and they say, you know that this character that she's entangling in vines can be a gnome, can be a half-orc, can be a dragonborn. And you go, yeah, but it's a good scene, right? So
I love that Karlak was like, by the way, this character is also a light source now, so if you can deal with that. And also the feedback cycle of like, the heart came really late, but it's also, it has a functioning gameplay. So there's this kind of like ongoing cycle.
Yeah, and that's the collaboration. It's like, you know, you have a cool idea in narrative, and then the people on the art side, cinematic side, make it beautiful. There was audio in there as well for Karlak. And then gameplay systems look at it and they say, actually, we can do something cool, make this even more unique, and it's great. Yeah.
Because we often talk about iteration, and that's actually the iterative process. It's feedback loops that are going back between the teams, ultimately all the way to the players that then also inform change that's happening inside of the characters.
Well, for us as players, I think we're maybe just about now beginning to grasp the expansiveness of the branching paths and the player choice and just how much is going on like behind the scenes, like beneath the hood. Okay, hundreds of thousands of lines of dialogue and hours of cinematic and whatnot. But how do you, as writers, how do you begin to address like this variety of options, like sitting perfectly alongside each other, depending on which player chooses which option?
It's really easy.
It's a crystal.
Yeah.
Difficulty.
That's definitely a crystal question.
Do you have it all in your head? Is it?
I think Sven did. No, we had. I'll tell you a story. I remember there was a moment towards the end where I said to one of the writers, Sarah, who was here before, I said to her, oh, Sarah, could you just open this file and quickly have a look at Karlak's lines in here and see if this makes sense, what I've mapped out? And she went through and she was like, sure. And she came back and she sent me a video she'd recorded where she just dragged the screen around the file and around and around and around and around and around, and it kept just going. And she was like, this is the consequences of our choices and actions. And I think that's it, because you don't want to limit that possibility. In fact, you want to, when you have those characters with such rich stories, you want to go everywhere with where those stories can go. And then there comes a reckoning. When somebody kind of sits at the end and go, well, how does this story end? And you can't figure out how the story ends until you've actually made the story play out all the way. And so it can't really, you can't plan for, and then we'll land in these 3 places. So I mean, the approach we took with the ending was you kind of go, well, what are the feelings I need to feel at the end of this great adventure and where I'm the hero? And I need to feel this, and then I did this was my triumph, and then I felt this about it, and then I need this moment of closure, and I need this kind of moment of reflection, and after that I need this moment of celebration. And you think, well, what is the kind of the bones of the scene flow that you need to give that experience? And then once we kind of laid that in, it was kind of going to each origin writer, so the writers who are attached to specific origin characters, and saying to them, okay, well, what do you need from this ending? What does your character need to do in order to land in a place that feels good for the player that's spent, hundreds of hours with them? And then we'd build it, and then we'd realise that, Lae'zel needs a dragon, and so we add in a dragon, and then you think,
like, hi, we need a dragon now.
Gale's got some god issues, so we'll figure those out. And it kind of became this Franken monster of just making sure that even when you give them that space and that moment to kind of really close off their story, it doesn't take away from anyone else's closure as well. And I have to shout out absolutely the amount of testing, because it was. I feel like it's something that really came through to me at the end. That there was a group of people who. There was people testing the entire game, but especially with the ending. Just today I found the spreadsheet where we kept track of this, and it's one of those where you just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling of like every single path of like, what if I have Karlak and Lae'zel and Shadowheart? What if Shadowheart did this ending? What if so-and-so did this ending? What if they did that ending? And it's like row after row after row. And it takes a small army to kind of go through that and make sure, because you're picking up on the nuance of like, well, what if I went through this whole story? Does that line really make sense? Is that line going to give me the feeling that I want to feel after I've spent 100 hours with this person, after I've fallen in love with them, and we've had a romance together and all of this, and saved the world or not? So yeah, it's the devil's in the details. Like it's both a massive thing, but where you're scrutinizing every small line to make sure the emotion lands where you want it to be.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say we had a song. That's how mad we went. We'd look at the dialogue file, and it was just like, there was a moment where it was like, the Githyanki are leaving, Asterian's on fire, and it was just a whole song where it's like, these are the beats that we have to hit, and like, where are they? Where are the Githyanki? And then we said that wasn't enough, we'll do an epilogue.
Right. I mean, I've got to say, release the song, for one.
That was it.
That really wasn't. Bobby wasn't on that one.
As I understand it, there's no sort of canonical, like, true story that is privileged above any other story in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, how do you, as writers, as creatives, kind of keep yourself from like attaching to a certain story, or maybe you do, and you just have to kind of leave that to one side?
For me, I think it's different for everyone probably, but for me, it was like as soon as it's released, it belongs to everybody else, and it's fun. It's theirs, and they do what they will with it, and that includes the way they play it, includes the fan fiction, it includes the cosplay, it includes the artwork. Some of the artwork, that's not canonical. But it's that. It's really you have to accept that the characters they're not yours. They belong to the player, and fundamentally, like I said earlier, and I say this a lot. It's like a mantra for me. Is like the main character of the game is the person playing the game, whether they're playing an origin or whether they're playing a tab, custom character. They have to be the main character. So therefore, that's the canonical story. And
We always approach it as we are the dungeon masters, so the players are going to define everything, and we just have to anticipate what all these players want to do, which is impossible, of course, but we try to do as much as we could. And so the process was very much and this was throughout all of Larian, I want to do this and I can't do this, so let's just add this so that you can do it, so because you're representing some part of the player population, and they'll want to be able to do that.
And like a really good dungeon master, you can't be attached to a certain outcome or even a certain path to reach
not
that
at all.
outcome.
they feel it straight away if you try and push them. They know.
This is why we allow you to kill pretty much every single character in the game. We don't know who you want to kill, but you will want to kill someone.
You have to assume that someone is going to want to kill everyone.
It's Walbrun.
Yeah. All right, you mentioned early access. Baldur's Gate entered early access in 2020, obviously a really rather extended period in early access. How important, I mean, I feel like very important, like how formative was the early access period for Baldur's Gate?
Well, it was, first of all, much longer than I ever expected. So obviously there were attenuating circumstances happening around us in the world. It was complicated because we suddenly were a live service game with impatient fans that wanted more, and we didn't plan on giving them more because we wanted to finish and focus in games. So we had to balance those two things, and that caused quite a lot of stress within the studio. So dealing with that was really not the easiest thing in the universe. But we managed. Eventually, we figured out what our groove was going to be to finish this game and how to handle both updates and patches, and at the same time focus on finishing it. But the biggest thing that came out is obviously it allowed us to course correct. There were mistakes that we were making, and the players were telling us, "This is a mistake. You shouldn't be doing this." There's 100 of us saying it now. In the future, it will be millions of us. So fix it now. And we listened. So we tried to listen and do as much as we can where we think it makes a lot of sense. And so that, I think, was instrumental in BG3's success. If we would have just said from the get-go, here's the game, and we're off to an island, it would have been a completely different story.
Does this concept art versus final release speak to early access versus final release?
No, because that first one was kicked back. No. So what you see on the right side was actually very much how we envisioned it when we started out on it. But again, when you look at concept art, it's really exploratory. It's really when concept artists are doing something, they actually should not have any criticism. They should be free to do everything, explore the entire spectrum of the search tree, or the creative search tree. And then eventually you say, okay, well, let's go in that direction. And so then it starts narrowing down. But that one that you see on the right side is actually very close to the concept art that came out of the concepting phase.
Right. As writers and creatives, when you get such a vast wealth of feedback as you get in an early access phase, how do you know what to pay attention to and what is perhaps not so vital? Like, or does everything need to be treated with equal weight?
So a lot of it is on gut feeling. So we have analytics, we have quantitative measures where we can see, okay, if many players are dying here, so we'll adjust the number of things. But at the end of the day, it's really, how do I feel like a player about the game? And you make pretty much, I think if you do it any other way, you will just be paralyzed. You won't be able to do anything. If you're going to try to do it by committee, then it's just going to be the most mediocre of things that you can have. So you have to follow your gut and say, what game do you want to play? And then it actually becomes very easy. And then you just have to hope that that's the game that other people want to play also.
Okay.
Usually, if somebody's saying something, then somebody in the studio has already said it. Is often the case. You know, it reinforces things that people are already feeling. The great advantage of early access is getting eyes on it that aren't too close to it as well. One of Sven's superpowers is that he's very good at pretending to be that person. It's true. He's very good at pretending not to know things. But that thing of people looking at it, and especially as a writer, you think, you know, well, this all makes perfect sense and they can follow the flow, and then someone plays it and you see them just blank and they're just like, what am I supposed to do next? What did this person want from me? And you go, oh my God, it was all really clear in my mind. And if it's not, then you go back and you try again. But it's losing clarity is often the thing. It's like it's not the character moments, the emotional moments. Those you kind of feel yourself, but you can very easily lose people just by overcomplicating.
You also have to take into account there are many, many people in the universe with many, many, many opinions. So it's impossible to cater to everyone. And so you don't necessarily always have to listen to the majority if you really believe in what's inside of the game. But when the majority is like complaining about a mechanic or about not being able to do something, then you'd better listen, because that means there's something broken inside the game.
Sure. I mean, it sounds like a lot of the things that came out of early access might have, you know, arisen internally in the team before early access came along. Were there surprises that came out of the early access period? Can you speak about any of those?
Yeah, there were quite a few. So we fought Shadowheart in the beginning when she was very sassy. She was great because we wanted to, our main thing was we're going to create a party of people who distrust each other, and then they're going to grow to trust each other. But maybe we died a little bit much to the left. Although, to her credit, Sarah had flagged it. She said, like, I really don't like Shadowheart.
Wow. So she was more sassy originally. This is like dialed down sassy is what we got after launch.
Heavily dialed down.
Okay, all right.
This isn't early access, but right before release, we made everyone too horny. That's an actual thing that happened. We were testing the romances.
No, we shipped that.
Yeah, we shipped it. We were like, you know, we were testing the romance, and we're like, you know, like we get to Act 2, and it's like no one's interested in me. It turns out we're probably just very bad at seducing people. So we dialed up the numbers and said, let's make the form, and then we shipped it.
No, we actually, it was actually bugged. So it was bugged, and so we started seeing all these reviews and people saying, "Does it really have to be this horny?" Like, no, that was not the intention.
Someone slipped and like turned his dial by accident, and then we shipped the game.
Because I remember the script is saying, "I don't think it's working."
Yeah.
Is early access the future of game development? Is it for everyone? Is it for very specific titles?
I don't like the future of, because you never know what the future will bring. It is, for us, it's been really good. I've heartily recommend it. But you really have to mean it when you go in there. You have to work with the players and making your game better. Otherwise, you shouldn't be doing it. And so that means that you need to take the time for it also. If you are only in early access for a month or so, that's fine too, but then it's probably just to test some technical things, and you have to be open about that. But I think it's great.
Can you recommend 4 years of early access?
My team is watching. No, it's long. It's actually quite long, I think, and player bases do get tired also. I mean, like, we got tired of early access.
Sure.
But sometimes it happens, you know, if something is not working, the day of release, that's your last chance that you get to release a game. So if you release it with something that is broken, and you know it's broken, I really don't advise releasing it, because if you do that, then players are going to say it's broken. I mean, and there goes all the chances for the game. So I really would wait if you can.
Any other words of wisdom for game makers considering early access?
I mean, for us, it was fantastic. I think it has to fit the game as well, obviously. So different for different people. I'm playing Hades 2 at the moment, and they're fantastic at early access as well. But I think there's an art to early access, because what Sven said earlier, you've sold someone a game, they paid for the game, so you do need to maintain it, and you owe them that. You know, you can't just say, okay, that early access branch is now over here, and we're over here, and it's neglected. You can't do that. So that's a lot of effort. You know,
it's really nice to hear game developers talk like this.
It's difficult. It's also, I will say that release day is a lot easier when you have already fans of a game. Like, you know that you've got something that people have enjoyed. You know you could still, you know, screw up the rest of it. But it does put you in a place where you know there's a solid base there at least. Hopefully. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you really shouldn't approach it with the attitude, oh, it's just early access. It's like there's players playing this that care, so you should treat them with respect.
All right. A question now that creatives in the audience might be able to identify with, sympathize with. As writers, as creators, how do you know when you've finished something? When a piece of work, maybe not the work entire, but a piece of work, when do you know it's time to step away, stop tweaking, adjusting, refining, polishing? Or do you not know when that comes?
When people come and find you and they're very angry. But I mean, more seriously, I think firstly, you've got the big grand narrative, and you want to get that right, and that seems, that's the obvious thing you have to do. But then you've got, okay, what are all those meaningful little moments where if we don't get them right, people are going to really feel it, and it's not going to feel right to them when they get there, and so you've got to look after those. And then you start thinking, okay, well, but I'm discovering more and more of those, and I don't want people to run into those and feel bad. I want them to get the feeling that they were looking for when they went there and did that thing that took them a lot of effort, that was really interesting to them, and they wanted that nugget of reward at the end. So you're trying to take care of all of those things, and you just keep finding more and more things. But I think there did come a point, and for me it was when there was a particular relatively small thing, and we made a relatively small, what we thought was a relatively small change.
Just after launch.
Yeah, after launch. And then the community were like, why did they change that? And then suddenly I had that, I should have had the realization earlier, but in that moment it was really, really clear to me. It's like, there is a point now where this belongs to them, and you need to stop messing with it now, because people, they've built their stories, they've spent the time having their own narratives that they've created. It's theirs. That's when you leave it. Let it be the players' stories.
Is it hard to let go? Do you consider yourselves like perfectionists? Is it difficult to kind of just let it go?
I think certainly the first weeks after release, I think I woke up and went to bed looking at Reddit, trying to figure out what were still the things that weren't working. Like what did we miss? What worked well? What didn't work well? Just constant this hunting of this kind of. Just not wanting anyone to have a bad moment when you know that you could give them the moment that was right. But then eventually that tail has to go.
Yeah, it's hard, like personally serving everyone you're going to read about on Reddit, right? Yeah.
So we had groups that were reviewing the game, and so when we shared stories at the end of every day, like how was your run? How was your run? And there came a moment where he said, like, it felt good. And that's the moment to stop. When everybody started saying, it feels good, I really had a good time. And even if they played it like over and over and over, I think that was there were still small things that were not okay. But I mean, you knew okay, if everybody's feeling good about it, and it's again that gut feeling thing, right? So we're all players of games, so we know games. Once that's there, I think that's the moment that you can say, okay, we're there.
There was also times that I remember very strongly where you'd had a really positive response to something internally inside the studio where people were like, oh, this is really cool, they really enjoyed it. And then one person would come and they'd play it and they'd go, and you go, oh, shit. And you ask them, what was it? And it's usually something that you did. As a writer, it's usually, I didn't have the option that I wanted. I couldn't do what I wanted. This doesn't represent my character. And you crack it open and you go back, because that you can't, I mean, you do ship things like that because you can't catch every single one, but it's really painful. But then when you bring them back over and you say, try it again, and they go, it's the best feeling in the world.
Well, we added a lot of them.
Yeah. A lot, yeah. We did a lot of just going through the game at the end and just doing that. Just like, and it's not a polished pass, it was literally like, where do we put in the extra bits here to make sure that to make sure people feel represented, to make sure that they're getting the character they want a lot, yeah.
And I mean, in terms of like serving your community, serving your players, like that hasn't quite ended. You've still got ongoing support, and you've got like a patch coming like later on. Is that something that you kind of factor into that? Like, we've got to keep serving people and keep giving them all of these things that will complete their experience.
Well, it's super important, right? So players gave us the opportunity to make the games that we're making, so we need to make sure that the game does what it's supposed to do, which is work, and we try to improve their quality of life as much as possible. One of the big things for us, and the one that we're really working towards now, is the ability for players to mod it themselves, because then they will be starting to have their own ecosystem, and they can, I can't believe I said ecosystem, sorry. But that they will be able to make their own things. And I think that will be the point where we're going to say, okay, now it's yours, fully. But we're not there yet. We're very much hard trying to make that.
I think it's so awesome that they released the mod tools, and they're not like charging more for it. Like anybody else but Larian Studios. Like if imagine if EA was running the show. Talk about like paid mods. You'd have to like pay $15 for the software to even get the mod stuff. Like you want access to mod tools, pay us $15, and then you'd probably have to have some sort of like membership, and then they would make money off of your mods. And like it's just so great that these folks are so pro-consumer, which is what it boils down to. Yeah, look at that. And the mod tools. The engine provides you with all you need to bring the vision to life. Create your own mods and publish them. The final patch. Just posted this on the 15th. Okay. Your game pitch for Baldur's Gate 3. Continue to shape the future project. As Sven during Baldur's Gate 3 retro panel at PAX in West last year. It's time for the team to go back to our cave and hang the armor on the wall while we focus on bringing you our next project. If you're already feeling nostalgic, you can click here and watch our Baldur's Gate 3 panel as we look back on Baldur's Gate 3. Let's take a look.
Hello. There's people still filing in, but I think we're starting. Absolutely, you've got a truckload of awards, you've got recognition not just in the games industry but beyond. So I want to ask you all, what about that journey from conception to today surprised you the most? Why are you looking at me? I'm looking. I'm sorry. Any of you can answer. Sven, come on. Let's hear from you.
I couldn't hear the question.
Oh, well, this is great. We're off to a great start.
We have the feedback going on.
What about the journey surprised you the most?
Oh, so the surprise.
He's wearing a suit of armor. That's great.
Journey. Oh, wow. I think the reaction of the community, to be honest, was the biggest thing for all of us, I would say. Yeah. We were incredibly impressed by how you all embraced the game and how positive you were throughout actually the entire journey, even when we were spending quite a long time in early access, a few years more than we expected. So I think that's probably the biggest.
You know the video game is in good hands when the guy running the project spends his money on something like that.
Surprise that I take away.
This is the guy you want running your RPG game development. This guy right here.
And then about you?
Yeah, for me it was. I think back to we were at PAX, right, announcing the early access launch and showing the game for the first time. And I remember it feels so long ago, being really scared that we weren't real time with pause, and that felt like it could kill us. It was like, there's this entire community of people who've been waiting for a Baldur's Gate sequel for so long, and we were like, and ours is turn-based, and is that going to be okay? And we knew it was good. We believed in it. I mean, Nick and his team did a brilliant job with it. But it feels so long ago being so scared of that and thinking, how will people react? And we always trusted we put the game in front of people and let them play it, then they'll be able to judge it.
Yeah. So maybe to add to that, actually, because another big surprise was also the community, but then in a different version. When we showed the game for the first time, it was here actually at no, it was in Boston. It was at PAX. It was PAX Boston, at PAX East. And we are developers, so we assumed that everybody was going to see, oh, they still have a lot of work, so this is where they start. This is not where they are.
I would like to see their animated short. Looks like they paid some folks to do this for them.
The final patch. Not including updates for bugs and so forth.
Ugh, bugs.
What does it mean? It means we're at the end of an era. One last indulgence to sink our teeth into. It's been such a long road, hasn't it? And against all odds, we've made it. You know, I never thought I'd say this, but I wouldn't have survived this madness without my family. Who
always there for you when you get home from school. Always look so stylish, always act so cool. Who's your guiding light, always ready to fight for your right to delight. Asterion, he's the Pookie. Asterion, so perfect it's spooky. Asterion, the meaning of our life.
And most of all, you.
Oh, so handsome.
Asterion, infinite wisdom, Asterion. I want to give him all my blood.
Just open it.
That's, more literal than I anticipated.
Tread carefully. Subtle magic has woven something new into the fabric of this place. Actually, it's pretty good.
Wait, something is different.
Time to die!
Pocket Sam!
Say cheese! Good game, guys. Catch you next time.
Oh, oh, not again.
Did you say?
Oh, damn it.
Stupid game.
Now what?
Want to play again?
I'm in. One more adventure.
Fine. But I won't be carrying you all again. Have your party adventure forth,
Okay,
darling.
but I'm getting...
That was cute. And nice little animated short to send off the team.
And I remember
They probably felt really proud watching that the first time in the office.
we were showing it to a crowd, and we got a lot of engagement from the crowd. And so we felt really positive when we got out of that room. And so we went, and it was also being streamed. So we came out of the room, and
I'll be back in like 90 seconds at bio break.
I got a phone call from my mother. Says, "What have you done?" And I said, what do you mean? And he says, people are so angry at you. And so this was obviously because we started from the Divinity Original Sin 2 engine, and people were saying like, hey, this is a Divinity 2 Original Sin ripoff. And I remember all of us being super surprised by that.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that I really admire about Larian and the game's development process as a whole is how candid the team always has been, just about the mistakes made along the way and like the lessons learned. What were some of the toughest moments for you all, pre-early access, I guess, of that journey?
Yeah, I'd say, well, for us, like, when we started properly working on cinematics, like the tools that we use, that we had for the release, they did not exist when we started. So it was a case of like, you know, sitting down and just imagining how it would go so far down the line, like you can't picture it now. The amount of progression that was made over that time, it really was striking. And it meant obviously as well, because we're in the iteration phase during early access, there was, you know, as the players, they could see it themselves as well, you know, as the cinematics grew and became much more refined, and the quality just kind of went up and up and up. So I'd say that was like a great thing to see.
The good news is the writing team knew exactly how to write a cinematic game. We didn't. We were giving them stuff that was absolutely written in a style that didn't give them the visual space to be creative at first. So we had to learn how to work with them, to let them do their best work. And then for the artists, they put the camera in places you didn't expect it to go, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like during early access, we weren't sure as well if cinematic's gonna happen at all, and we had a couple of proof of concept, and we were still like, okay, are we doing it? Are we not doing it? And then we decided to do it, and we decided that the camera is gonna be quite far away from the character, and we're never gonna zoom in as close. And the next thing we know, they're zooming in on a goblin toe.
Yeah. Because there was a moment when we were actually thinking of making the dialogues first person, so we tried that out, but that quickly got shut down. It was, I think it's probably true to say that the biggest challenge was the fact that this game was going to be cinematic, and we had no idea what we were doing, because we were about 120 people, and we ended up with 400, and a lot of that was driven by the sheer amount of cinematics that we had to put inside of the game. So that was it was quite a jump for us, and dealing with that was really, really, really complicated.
Well, so I mean, the early stages of the game weren't just about designing the game, they were also about adapting the pre-existing rules, lore, and mechanical parameters of Dungeons & Dragons. What were some of the biggest challenges there?
Well, we thought the job of designers was going to be easy, because we have a design document that's just the printed books, right? So it felt like, well, it's going to be as easy as just giving the book to the programmers. Let's just get it out very, very quickly. And before you know it, we're deep down in community forums, reading through people arguing what exactly was meant by a certain passage and how crit fishing on a paladin is totally legitimate. And we essentially had to recreate ascended bugs because that's what everybody expected. So that was a really long journey, and it was great that we had a lot to draw from. So D&D has a wonderful community of creators, of people who think very hard about the rules, who try them out. We literally went through forums looking through homebrew rules and seeing like, okay, this is a rule that players very frequently change this way. Like the rule where you cannot cast like a full action spell and a bonus action spell on the same turn. That's just something that frequently just fell on by the wayside. We're like, okay, so we're not crazy. Some people do it, so maybe we can try it as well. This is really great to see this design process in the wild and then kind of being a part of it as well.
Yeah, it was, I think one of the things that struck me the most was how very specific we had to go for every single spell almost, because when we worked on Original Sin 2, we had a system where we could reuse a lot of code, and here we almost, for every single spell, it had to be a separate system, which added tremendously to the workload that came out of it. It was that was quite a journey. And then when we got it into early access actually for the first time, and we had our version of what we said, these are our homegrown rules, and then we saw the community who didn't agree with that. That was also a very interesting moment in our careers.
And do you think maybe Baldur's Gate 3 has influenced Dungeons & Dragons going forward?
Well, I mean, yes. I don't know, I mean, like in, we just heard that the introduction of weapon masteries. Weapon masteries is something that Nick and his team worked on a long time, just trying to figure out how to make the fighter more interesting from the get-go. That's how that entire discussion. We used to call them weapon actions, I think.
Yeah, weapon actions is what we internally call them.
So there's been a bunch of things that influenced it, I think.
What were some early concepts from each of your departments that didn't make it or were changed for the final game? I mean, we did mention the cinematic camera, of course, but are there any other examples of it?
Oh, there were a bunch of it. Let's see.
Oh, Carla, obviously.
Yeah, I know there was. So the game was much bigger originally. In our heads, you were going to be traveling. You were going to have so many more regions to go to. But then, as we started exploring the density, which is always a journey when you're making a game, the density that we needed to make the game interesting, we realized we're spending so much time on every single square meter of this world. We have to make it smaller, and so that actually it slowed us down tremendously. And then what Adam mentioned also was once you started looking at how cinematics interfered with the actual gameplay, we had very long.
Again.
Sorry?
Us again.
No, but we had really long discussions about it, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, as from a gameplay point of view, you wanted to be able to approach something like the Goblin Village, for instance, from any direction. But from a cinematics point of view, you wanted to make it dramatic, and so, but you never knew where the player was going to come. You never knew who was going to be dead. You never knew what the player was going to be doing. You didn't know how many characters were going to come. So that introduced a lot of things. So as a result of that, we had some darlings that we needed. Oh, we had a cover system also. Remember that?
Yeah. We really experimented quite a bit with it because it's part of the indie rule set, but we just found so many problems with how it works in 3D from top-down camera. But otherwise, I would say for gameplay, we only grew. We added a subclass at release for everybody. The reaction system was put in place purely because community really wanted it. That's a really good example of what we added in early access that we really didn't plan. We really hope that we're not gonna just get away with not pausing the game because it's so difficult technically, and things like sound really hates when you stop things and you have to, like, what do you do with sound? You know, you're casting Fireball, there's now nice shh going on, and then gameplay says, like, now we need to pause. It doesn't work this way. But yeah, I think for us it was just continuous, like more.
We have to talk about the bear in the room. I mean, I know it's mentioned a lot, but it really does represent, you know, a turning point in the trajectory of how the game was talked about. Mavis, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, so that one came about. That was an interesting one, I would say.
Did you get a call from your mother?
I did show it to her the next day after the stream, the panel from hell, and I remember her words. She was like, "That's weird." Very supportive though. So, no, I remember talking about like it was signified a kind of an upward turn in the momentum towards the launch of the game, I think. And what makes it even better was I had no idea that it was going to get shown at that panel from hell. I remember we were watching it in the Dublin office, and you had just shown the Karlach romance.
Yeah.
And I remember it was you, Adam. Yeah. You were on stage, and you're like, "We've shown you one romance scene. Now let's show you another." And everyone in the office, no one really copped it. I immediately knew. And I was sitting next to Sinead Brady, our VO producer, and she was like, "Oh, maybe it's Gail's romance, you know, in the
knows
nice
us too
Asheville
well."
one." And I was sitting next to her, I just said, "They're doing the bear." And she was like, "Yes, they are. They're going to do the bear." And then the scene started, and everyone in the room just turned and looked at me, and I was just like, "Oh." But yeah, to see the reception it got after that was just like, it was crazy. Like, it was the first thing that I worked on, you know, to take off like that in that way. And yeah, I'm really happy with how the community took to it.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, I remember when we were doing. We were doing the panel from Hell stream, and so the bear scene had just shown, and I saw the publishing team. They were super excited, and they were yelling, "We got banned on TikTok!" Knowing that it was going to get quite some attention.
But for real, like, was there ever any hesitancy to actually doing it? Because it was going to cause quite a stir.
There was actually some debate just before the show also, because we wanted it to be chosen by the audience, so we didn't know what they were going to pick. We were actually more uncomfortable about the other part.
Okay, those of you lurking in chat, you get a special sneak preview. I'm just going to watch this video again, and then I'm going to figure out if it looks good. This is probably all the changes to the music video that I need to make. And then I'll sleep on it, and we'll get it uploaded and set a release date and stuff like that. We'll set a premiere for a couple days from now. Like, like I'll upload it on a couple days out, maybe like on a Friday or something. So it's this one right here. Yep, 708. Yep. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I mean, I could spend 2 weeks doing more stuff and cleaning it up, but I gotta pick a launch. I gotta pick a launch date. Got to get it out there. Can't just spend all the time perfecting it. Do an even better job on the next one.
Part.
It's spicier.
Yes, the non-burr version would have got us banned from more than TikTok.
So there was quite some debate, but then we said, okay, this is what the game is, right? And I mean, this clearly says it's a mature game. I mean, it's broad, it's funny. So we'll just go for it. And then it got picked up, and it became rather interesting. What the reaction was.
It's actually because Matt mentioned that we showed the Karlach scene as well, and we did talk about that too. We wanted to show the breadth and diversity of romance in the game. So we wanted to show that there were different kinds of moment, because I love the burst scene. I think it's fantastic. I think it's incredible. But we didn't want to be, romance is just this to us. We wanted to show the breadth of it.
Yeah, I mean, like the team's openness, this scene and other things aside, has really helped give insight into the complex development of any game, how complex it can be, and how making even the most successful game is often 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The other way around, reverse that. But has it been difficult to maintain that level of openness as the game has, continued to flourish and the team has, been under more attention, I guess?
There's definitely more pressure, and we certainly get a lot more feedback than we used to, but we're trying to just remain who we were when we started out. I mean, it worked for us. I mean, so we know that we can fall back to where we were when nobody knew about us, so this is but I don't think we can make it any other way. I mean, the development culture at Larian is really very open and very introspective about what are we fucking up, how can we do it better.
And the panels from hell were a huge part of that as well. I mean, they're always fun to watch people getting turned into cows and etc.
Then the opposite way.
And the opposite, absolutely. But how has the success for Baldur's Gate 3 set Larian up for what's next? I mean, you've got more studio space, more this team is bigger now. What can we look forward to?
Well, I mean, so when we started, we were about 100 people, and so we grew to 400 people. We had to learn a lot of new processes, things that we didn't realize we needed. Especially, I mean, cinematics obviously was a big part in it, but also we started adding so much permutations and so many dialogue options that we needed tools to be able to handle this. So we got a lot better at handling our own chaos, but really only to be able to do more chaos in the future. So, for instance, the thing you're referencing, we now built a large recording studio with multiple studios where we can record a lot simultaneously. And the reason we do that is because we know we change our mind very often, and we want to adapt to the feedback we get from players, which means that you have to do a lot of recording near the end when the game is fully playable. I mean, one of the huge problems that you get with an RPG is that it's only fun when there's so many systems that are ready. For a long time, it's a very boring thing because it only works when everything fits like clockwork. And so you need to be able to continue to adapt rapidly, even if your production values are high, which is the case in BG3, and certainly for the next thing that we're going to be making. So we picked up really a lot. It was a really huge learning process. And the funny thing is that we just, even despite all these things, we just keep on running into trouble with whatever new things we're starting to do. All the new trouble.
And we wouldn't change it for anything. Right, let's have some questions from Discord. So, from Nay, I really love the descriptions under each item. Some are funny, others reference the lore of D&D. How did you come up with all of these little texts? How long did it take you, and which ones are your favorite?
The non-vocalized text, so I always call them readables, they're really good fun to write because there's less pressure. They don't need to be recorded, they don't need to go through cinematics, so it's actually like a little palate cleanser at the end of a day often that you write those. I do remember one day where we had to write 20 cheeses, and that wasn't a great day. Just trying to make cheese interesting over and over again. Shout out to anyone who enjoyed them. And then, yeah, but you're also trying to get across lore, so it is actually a very useful tool for people who want to engage with it. So you can put in the details that the people who really care will dig into. There's a lot of little bits of backstory and some pretty emotional bits in there as well. There's a lot of stuff in the epilogue. We had a lot of fun there because you had the mailbox where you can catch up on everything at the end.
Okay, how about we just kick it now instead of we're winding down for the night. I've done everything I can. I applied to jobs. I updated my LinkedIn profile. I got my LinkedIn account verified, so I show up to more employers. Applied to 2 jobs that I think would be a really good fit for. Put the finishing touches on the music video. Rewrote a video essay script. Viewing games development through the lens of project management, and I'm pretty happy with it. I need to get somebody to proofread it for me. I've had like in fact, I mean, I guess I could ask the AI to do that for me real quick. Let's do file, download, video essay rewritten, save. Let's replace that. Let's do this. We go give the file to the AI. Video essay, rewritten video essay right there. Okay. And then read this video essay script as if you were my editor. It's really, really close to the final draft. I want to educate the viewers to be savvy consumers and be aware of the machinations of software development. How some models are outdated. And to get them advocate for change from an educated perspective, above all. Above. How do you spell above? Oh, above. Above all. Jeez, I must be tired. I want to make sure it is constructive. See what it comes up with. Gamers would feel like you're one of them while also learning a ton. Structure the progression from waterfall to agile to hybrid to transparency is logical and digestible. Each part builds on the last and primes the viewer for the next concept. Use of examples citing Baldur's Gate 3, Fallout 76. The fictional Ashen Veil was a strong narrative device to explain Scrum. Correctiveness, you never come off as blaming the devs. Instead, you highlight broken systems and offer better ones. What can be tightened? Slight redundancy in the Scrum section. Happens twice. And again, in more detail, consider deleting or compressing the first introduction. Repeat that the audience should recognize broken systems, reward transparency, and ask better questions. Suggest addition, see project management in Afton. Okay. I will pick this up tomorrow. I'm running out of steam. But it's a little too early to go to bed, so let's kick it. What do we got? I guess we'll just play Baldur's Gate 3. Let's just do that. It seems like a relaxing thing. I don't know. It's I like video games, but like I feel like I've got so much to do. Sometimes it's hard for me to kick back and actually relax, but I've done everything I can do today. So we just got to pick it up again tomorrow. I think I'm kind of, I think I might be stuck. I think I'm stuck in the Underdark. we go. Yeah, those things. Let's get out of here, because I really... Oh, shit! Moving got me in the battle. Oh, no. Oh, no. How do you run away? Can we run away? What do we got? And I'm standing next to some anti-magic flower. This is not good. Let's run away. Okay, it's your turn. Okay. Oh yeah, that's why we're running away. There's two of those things. Oh no, hypnotized. See, this is why we're running away. Is he fighting that thing? This is the first time I've ever tried to run away from a fight. Well, I know I can't win this fight, so I'm trying to get out of here. This is why I turned the game off. Let's have you do second wind. Is there a way to like cleanse them? That's an AoE. Can't reach destination. I'm just going to let her sit right here for a minute, because she's the healer. Oh, I'm still hypnotized. Maybe I should shoot. Let's do that. Okay, my turn. Oh no. I'm gonna shoot him with an arrow to try to wake him up out of being hypnotized. Oh, good. Not good. I think we're just going to have to back it up another save. Yeah, this is only 6 minutes back. Let's load this. And we're going to go check out an earlier section of the map. Okay. Very good. We have to go all the way back, huh? All right, well, I guess let's adventure here because it's just gonna... We're just gonna have to back up, take some bark from the tree. Oh yeah, because it's what, jumping down here? Yeah, that thing right there. That's the area, isn't it? This looks very familiar. This looks like that area. Yeah, because there's these things up here. Exactly. Okay, forget it. We are not doing that.
Got a long road ahead. Still breathing, despite everything. Light on my feet. Anything of use? Camp. Looks abandoned.
Okay, this is new.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
What? Gek! Got someone sneaking up on us. You got a bloody rot flower for company? Must have let it get in your head. My axe will fix that in no time.
Okay. Let's see if I can push him. Oh, athletics failed. Damn. Do it again. Oh, it's a bonus action. Shit. Okay, I'll take that. That did some good damage to him. Miss. I think it's just that guy. Let's see if we can't debuff him. There. Oh, he's over there. There he is, okay. Well.
Survival is all that matters.
Oh, why can't I cast spells? Casting spells is blocked. Why? Oh, I'm in an anti-magic field because of the damn flowers. Oh wait, I'm carrying one. That's the problem. Put one down there. What's happening? Okay, let's see if we can push this one off. Got him. 13 damage. Seems good. No attack of opportunity? Oh crap. Can I go this far away from it? I'm still in an anti-magic field. Dang. I'll take a crit. Seems good. Can you push him off now? 40%. Worth it. Oh no. Oh no. Here, maybe we can... Okay, everybody's blinded. Now let's see if we can get him out of there. Yes. Hey Swanty, we had a productive day today. We got a lot of stuff done. We're just kicking it. It's too early to go to bed, so I'm just trying to. This is like the first time I've played a video game in like 2 weeks or something. All work and no play. Target must be prone, okay. Oh, it hit him and everything. I probably just need to summon a new one of these. I think if we kill this guy, it'll get rid of it. He just summoned like a bunch of guys, so let's see what we can do to just kill him. Maybe if you take care of the necromancer that summoned him. Miss, of course. Swing on that guy. There we go. Swing on him again. Do we have any turn undead? There it is, right there. Oh wait, they can't see me. Just heal. Got him. I can't drop this anti-magic flower. I'm screwed. Thing doesn't really have a lot of movement, does it? It's only got 7 left. Okay, let's do something. Come on. Let's get this guy. Come on, get him. Damn it. Good. Now did that knock out the other guys? Damn, no, they're still in combat. So we gotta do something. Oh, we have to go up this ladder. Okay. Casting spells is blocked. Why? Oh, the damn magic. My character is carrying an anti-magic item, and like I'm screwing myself over, but I can't drop it for some reason. Like you can't, something you can't do in combat. So let's just move you all the way over here. Or actually shoot first. Okay, now get away. Okay, good. At least she can cast spells again. No, don't. Oh, no. Okay, that's only got 1 HP. That's only got 1 HP. 85% chance. Seems good. Okay, good. Okay, it looks like we're gonna survive this fight. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong. I always misclick that. I don't get it. Like the pathing. It's like the pathing's screwed up. So. 55. Fire damage. Punch him again. Maybe you can get him up. There we go. Good, a critical finally. %, with advantage, still didn't land a hit. Okay, let's loot. Oh, I got an idea. I should give that to what's her name? That way, Lizelle has an anti-magic shield around her. So me having the anti-magic, the Nexi's having the anti-magic doesn't make any sense. But it does make sense for her. So now she has like an AoE silence that's constantly going on. Oh wait, no. Let's loot all that. I guess there's nothing there.
What creatures live in waters this dark?
think we should camp. We'll go ahead and rest. We'll do a full rest. Is he overburdened? Yeah. Send that to what's her name? Give that to her too. Oh good, this does fire damage. Excellent. Oh wait, exit turn-based mode. I meant to click the thing. There we go. Short rest. Close. All right, let's save. Good.
This way. Could I take that?
I keep like these journals read. Oh, okay. All that little fluff. Oh, it's a boat.
Let's see what we have here.
Okay, I think we looked at everything else. Sure, why not? Like I don't know where that's gonna take me, and I feel like I shouldn't keep going. I should like do more stuff around here, because the enemies in here are really strong to me. So, oh wait, can you just do that? Wait. Oh, I didn't mean to go to camp. I didn't know you could fast travel like that. Oh, hey, Swanty. Been out with a friend. Round the feats. Round under the feets. I'm doing good. The Skyrim music video is pretty much done. Tomorrow, I think I'll upload it to YouTube, and we'll set the premiere, maybe for like Friday or something, you know? That way we can get the hype going, and I'll start making some posts on the social media, and I really do hope people enjoy that music video as much as I enjoyed making it, and I'm really hopeful that it'll drive a lot more traffic this way. and we'll get a lot more people hanging out. Plus, we got to get Swifty's attention. I haven't been in touch with just about anybody. Like, I was just thinking about that. I lost touch with everybody because I was just so busy taking care of myself. That's the only thing I could do. And I had my own problems, and I didn't want my problems to affect other people, so I just isolated myself. So I gotta come back out of my shell, I guess. Well, these don't. Oh, this is Shadowheart.
Can't give up now.
We're min-maxing next. What is this? Let's get that one. Well, let's see. Call the week. Okay. You're right, Swansea. I will.
Can't slow down.
What is this? Okay. Ooh, what's in here? No, there's nothing in here. Doesn't look like it anyway. That or my perception's not high enough. Now where? Get help from, yeah, this is where we want to go. Let's check this place out. Okay, sunlit wetlands, okay. Yeah, this is the place. Sunlit wetlands right there. Tea house. Okay, let's orient the map. There we go. So I need to head west.
care of the little bugger?
Oh, wow, I really screwed that up. I was in the wrong interface. And I just gave her all that stuff. Okay.
Here for whatever you need, Petal.
Alright, well, we won't do that again. I guess let's just have her try to remove the tadpole. I don't. The quest is to get help from her.
Keep your own little nose in your own little dish, Petal. I don't like busybodies. A devil? Spare me. Blathering windbags in love with the sound of their own voices. I'm the safer bet. Plus, you'll get to keep your soul. Well, that depends on the job. Removing a parasite is no small feat. But I like you, Petal. So I'll only ask for something small. One of your pretty little peepers. I'll pluck it from your head, kiss it for luck, then back in it goes. Won't take but a moment. That is my price. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm afraid that's my business, Petal. It's nothing nefarious, though. I promise.
What? That is so nefarious.
A touch, but sure you've two eyes in your skull, don't you? No need to be precious.
I feel like this is a bad deal.
As you wish. But should you change your mind, you know where to find me.
I feel like
action, not reaction.
oh, the bloom once it's exposed to air, you don't get to take it with you. You can only use it in the Underdark. Okay. Good to know. And the question is, do we just want to run over here and wail on Auntie? Because like she's clearly an evil spirit. Well, you know what? I guess we'll have what's her name give the eye, and we'll just see where it takes us, because I wanna check that quest off. It says get help from her, so that's what we're going to do. And we'll just say that Lizelle was just so anxious about it that she made a deal with the nice old lady.
Hello, sweetness. You going to give me one of those precious peepers?
Do it.
Glorious. One moment. Auntie needs her real nails for this.
wilderness changes. A swamp, stinking and insidious, assaults your senses.
Much better. That human skin is fierce restrictive. Indeed I am. And a fabulous one at that. Not many get to see a hag in all her glory. Consider yourself blessed. Now choose, which eye will it be? Right or left?
Oh, good. We have the option to attack. Let's do that. Well, I kind of want to see how the quest pan. Like, I want to know the story. Like, what happens if you do say yes? All right, let's make a deal with the hag.
Hold on to your knickers. This might sting a bit.
Is this going to remove the parasite though?
No, that wasn't so bad, was it? That color suits you. No, unless you want tentacles for a tongue, stay absolutely still. I've removed one of these buggers before, but it's a touch tricky.
The parasite squirms at the hag's words. Pain builds behind your eye. You feel the creature writhe as it's dragged towards your ear. Then it bites back, burrowing even deeper into your brain.
Goddamn wretched! You little shit! You didn't tell me it was netherese. I'm not touching that!
Netherese.
Shadow magic brings nothing but chains and misery. How could I have missed that stink? Like blood and piss congealing on my tongue. Someone's tampered with your parasite. That's likely why you've not turned yet. I can, but that thing has been touched by more than mind flayers. You're a dead soul walking. I can't help you.
Hag-eyed.
About it. I held up my end of the bargain. It's not my fault the Wriggler's tainted by shadow magic. I want nothing to do with you or that scum in your brain. Good riddance.
Tempered or not, we need to get these things out of our heads. Let's find another way. Where has she gone, I wonder?
Now we're gonna rob her for everything that she's got. Don't mind if I do.
Ugh, I hate swamps. The place reeks. Probably full of bloodsuckers as well.
Charlotte, you wound me.
I like reading the books. Well, it looks like she went that way, so let's finish looting everything. Ooh, potion of invisibility. Give that to what's his name? Starion. There we go. Well, we got a lot of potions of healing, so this was good. A little bit of gold. Alright, now let's see if we can follow her this way. Well, that was easy. Oh. We should be sneaking. Everybody sneak.
My gentle Lauren. He wished to know what was to come.
Can you pickpocket him? Yep. Got it.
You feel crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. You can't let people through, not again. Images flash. A man cowering, a bag open at his feet. Gold coins spilling onto the floor. His cries for mercy are cut short as the hag slices into him, dismembering him painstakingly, limb by limb. She cackles, the man's remaining flesh twisted and contorted, becoming the twisted surface of the door before you. Flee, you feel it cry. A scene appears in your mind. Two paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine. Weapons brandished, they charge into the hag's lair. Screams of terror pierce the air.
You let them in? Naughty. That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, peddler.
The hag will be the least of your problems if you don't open up.
You see an image of blue skies and sunshine as the door shudders a warning. Run. Its form flickers, and you realize that the door is transparent. You see the hag, eyes bright with glee, as she sets fire to the door. With a jerk, you're pulled from the vision. The presence within shrinks, begging you not to run through it.
No! Don't look! Mustn't look! Mustn't see! I see it! I see what's to come.
You realize there's magic at work. Some type of spell. An illusion.
Me. Dead. Dead! Flesh rotten, bone shining! Lies! Lies! I see all future! Always asked. Never good. Never see. Gods, don't hurt me. Oh, please. Please. Please, please. Ah! No! Stop! Mind dripping! Flesh peeling! Mind flayer! No!
Okay, well, we didn't.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
Clearly.
Don't look.
You feel crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. It can't let people through. Not again. A scene appears in your mind. Weapons scream.
You let them in?
The door twitches, but stays firm.
There we go.
You see the hag. She walks through the door, its form shimmering. The lightest touch of hope brushes your mind as the presence within retreats.
Away! Away! Don't look. Don't.
Subtle steps.
There we go.
Well, hello.
Okay, now we're all hiding. Oh, is that her? Is she looking around? What is this? All right, well, I guess it's time to get into a fight. Okay, I guess we're gonna sneak this way. Come on. Oh shit. Okay. Oh well.
I'll break their pretty little bones.
Okay, that hold person worked really good. Ooh.
Take your...
Don't run.
My faith protects me.
You can't fast travel right now. Okay. Whoa, he's dead? He died? He's dead.
You are as thick as they come, sweetness. That pretty little eye of yours is mine. Did you think you could sneak down here without my say-so? This is my personal playhouse, and you don't have an invite. Get out! Has that wriggler eaten your brain already? Leave. Or you'll end up in tonight's stew. You'll go nicely with Mayrina. She's already marinating. Ah. Don't!
What just happened?
Consider me intrigued.
Objective noted.
Oh, we got kicked out. Okay. All right, that makes sense. What's this over here? Okay.
All's well, I hope. No. I just wanted to see her.
Oh, the
hand
romance.
kissed. I hope so, but if you want to see where this goes, I do.
My sweet Callum, whose beloved asked that his beauty never fade.
All right, now let's see if we can. What do I do with Asarian dead? Is there a way to resurrect him? I don't think so. Okay, well, let's go to camp.
Need to keep going.
He's dead. We gotta go revive him.
You wish to speak? Wonderfully. I'll miss my books. But I can find all the wisdom they contain out here, firsthand. Is that so? Well, nature does abhor waste. I will keep watch.
So I can't get him to join the party? Okay, this seems like a good stopping point. This seems good. We lost our rogue. I wasn't using him too well anyway. So next playthrough we'll see what we can do to revive him or something. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. It was a successful day. Got a little bit of project done. A lot of progress done on most projects. So tomorrow we'll pick it up and do it all over again. I hope you folks have a great night, and I will see you in the live stream tomorrow when we do it all over again.